Welcome, seeker of forgotten truths, to Dark Souls lore, to sleep to. Allow my voice to guide you through ancient tales as you drift toward peaceful slumber. Tonight, we journey to a time before time, to origins obscured by countless ages, to the very foundations of a world both beautiful and melancholic. This is Episode 1, The Origins of the Dark Souls world, the beginning of our exploration of a universe where cycles of fire and dark shape existence itself, where gods and humans struggle for meaning in a slowly fading reality, where the very concepts of life and death took their first uncertain forms. Settle yourself comfortably now. There is no need to remember every detail, no requirement to follow every thread. The lore of Dark Souls, like dreams themselves, reveals its secrets gradually through atmosphere and suggestion. Let the words wash over you like gentle waves upon the shore, carrying you deeper into relaxation with each passing moment. Our journey begins in absolute stillness, a world of grey fog and ancient unchanging dragons. We will witness the birth of fire and the emergence of disparity, heat and cold, life and death, light and dark. We will observe the rise of the first lords, who claimed great souls from the flame, the war that ended the age of ancients, and the birth of humanity itself from fragments of the mysterious dark soul. As I speak, allow your breath to slow, your thoughts to quiet. The narrative will continue without requiring your active attention, whether you drift into sleep during the first chapter or remain with me until the conclusion. The ancient stories will fulfill their purpose, creating a space of contemplative calm where rest can gently find you. Now let us begin our descent into the origins of all things, into a time when the world was shrouded in grey, unformed and eternal. Chapter 1. The Primordial World Before Fire. In the beginning, there was nothing but grey, a world of formless fog, shrouded in endless twilight. No sun had yet risen, no moon had yet waned. The concept of day and night remained unborn in the consciousness of a universe that knew only perpetual dusk. In this half-light, ancient arch trees reached upward through veils of mist, their weathered bark neither living nor dead, but existing in a state of perfect suspension. These primordial trees, colossal beyond measure, stretched toward a colorless sky, their massive, gnarled trunks wider than mountains, their twisted branches intertwining to form a canopy that had never known sunlight. These were not trees, as we understand them, not living organisms that grow and change, but eternal pillars of a world frozen in amber. Their bark bore no rings to mark passing years, for years did not pass. Their branches shed no leaves, for seasons did not turn. Below this canopy of stone-like wood, endless stillness reigned in seas of grey mist that had never known movement. The fog neither thickened nor thinned, neither rose nor fell. It simply was, a constant presence filling every space between the roots of the arch trees, between the wings of dragons, between the hollow thoughts of mindless wanderers. Time itself seemed a distant concept, unborn and unnecessary in this primeval realm where change was unknown. Without change, what need was there for time? Without beginning or end, what purpose would hours serve? Without light or dark to mark its passage, time remained theoretical, a potential that would only be realized when the first spark ignited deep beneath the world. This was the age of ancients, a time before time, when the world existed in perfect, unchanging stasis. Some would call it peace, this absolute absence of conflict. Others might name it purgatory. this endless suspension between existence and non-existence. But such judgments require perspective, and perspective requires disparity, the very thing this world lacked. Nothing lived, yet nothing died. Nothing began, yet nothing ended. Birth and decay were concepts, yet to be conceived in this grey realm, where all remained in perfect equilibrium. The very atoms of this world stood motionless, neither bonding nor breaking, neither creating nor destroying. Potential energy lay dormant in every particle, waiting for the spark that would set the cosmic machinery in motion. Through this suspended reality, the vast stone dragons, with their scales of immortal stone, soared silently through the mists. Their wings cut through fog without disturbing it, their passage leaving no trail, no evidence of movement. They were ageless and everlasting, neither hatched from eggs nor born from wombs, but simply existing as fundamental features of reality, like gravity or time would become in later ages. These dragons were not truly alive as we would understand it, but rather embodiments of the eternal, unchanging nature of this ancient world. Their eyes, if indeed they possessed organs that could be called eyes, perceived the world not through light, which did not yet exist, but through some primal awareness that transcended physical senses. They communicated without sound, thought without minds, existed without living. They simply were perfect expressions of the immutable laws that governed this pre-cosmic era. The dragons were neither cruel nor kind, neither good nor evil. Such concepts require choice, and choice requires awareness of alternatives. Alternatives that did not yet exist in this monochromatic reality. They simply were permanent fixtures in a permanent world, as fundamental to its existence as the arch trees or the mist itself. Their stone scales, layered like geological strata, granted them true immortality, not the false immortality of extended life that would later be sought by desperate kings and corrupted scholars, but genuine perfect immortality, an existence outside the very concept of mortality. These scales made them impervious to time, to disease, to death itself, not through resistance to these forces, but through existing in a state where such forces had no meaning. Each scale contained within it patterns that mirrored the universe itself, fractals of grey upon grey, intricate designs that told the story of a world that had no story. Some scales were smooth as polished marble, others jagged like mountain ranges. Some reflected the mist in dull gleams, others absorbed it in depthless patterns. Together they formed an impenetrable armor against a danger that did not yet exist. The dragons knew no fear, for there was nothing that could harm them in this world without harm. Fear requires the understanding of loss, and loss requires the concept of possession, neither of which had meaning in the age of ancients. They knew no desire, for there was nothing they lacked in this world of perfect sufficiency. Desire requires awareness of absence, and absence requires knowledge of presence, distinctions impossible in a world without contrast. They knew no ambition, for there was nowhere to rise, nowhere to fall in this perfectly flat hierarchy of existence. Ambition requires direction, and direction requires disparity between what is and what could be, a disparity that had no place in the eternal present of the ancient age. In their timeless perfection, the dragons merely existed, sustained by the grey mist that permeated all things, not feeding on it, as creatures would later feed on matter, but existing in perfect harmony with it, indistinguishable from it in essential nature, if not in form. Beneath the domain of dragons, deep within the endless mist that cloaked the massive, labyrinthine roots of the great arch trees, other beings dwelled in the shadows. The everlasting dragons ruled the skies, but they were not the only inhabitants of this primordial world. Rule is perhaps too active a word. They occupied the upper reaches, as naturally as the roots occupied the depths, a matter of cosmic positioning rather than conquered territory. In the tangled network of arch-tree roots, where the grey mist grew thicker and more substantial, strange, forgotten creatures scuttled through the darkness. These were not animals, as we would recognize them, not predators nor prey, for the concept of consumption did not exist in a world where nothing needed sustenance. They were proto-beings, partial manifestations of potential life, their quasi-physical forms neither solid nor spectral, but somewhere in between. Some resembled insects with too many legs or too few eyes, their chitinous exoskeletons neither growing nor decaying, but existing in perpetual stasis. Others appeared as shapeless masses that occasionally formed appendages before reabsorbing them back into their amorphous bodies. These were not transformations, but fluctuations, momentary variations in a theme of sameness that always returned to equilibrium. Massive mushrooms, tall as the lesser arch trees, grew in slow silence throughout this underworld. Yet grew is misleading, for they did not increase in size or number, they simply existed. Their fungal forms perfectly preserved in the timeless moment of the age of ancients. Their caps neither opened nor closed, but remained in permanent half unfurl, their stems neither strengthening nor weakening, but standing in eternal rigidity. They spread their spores through still air that had never known a breeze. Yet these spores did not germinate, did not decay, but simply hung suspended in the grey mist. Another feature in a landscape of eternal sameness. Throughout this misty underworld drifted ancient, forgotten beings, whose names and forms have long since been erased from memory, if indeed they ever had names, if indeed they were ever remembered. Some appeared almost elemental, their substance barely distinguishable from the mist itself. Others seemed more defined, with forms that might later inspire the nightmares of living beings. Once fear existed to give nightmares meaning. These entities moved without purpose, existed without reason, persisted without change. They were neither above nor below the dragons in any hierarchy, for hierarchy requires value, and value requires difference, the very thing this world lacked. Among these primordial entities were the hollows, empty, withered husks that wandered without purpose or consciousness. These were not degraded beings that had lost something, but proto-beings that had yet to gain anything. Their emaciated forms, skin stretched tight over jutting bone, moved through the mist with shambling gaits that never quickened, never slowed. Their paths formed no patterns, followed no logic, served no purpose. They did not seek, for seeking requires desire. They did not flee, for fleeing requires fear. They simply wandered, their movements as meaningless as the gentle swirling of mist around their withered limbs, neither truly alive nor dead. These hollow beings existed in a state of mindless, endless wandering. Death requires life as its prerequisite, and life requires animation by some force beyond mere movement, a force that had not yet entered this grey world. They were like the world itself, grey, unchanging, and without purpose. Their skin bore the texture of ancient parchment that had never been written upon, their muscles the consistency of clay that had never been shaped by conscious hands. In later ages, hollowing would become a curse, a dreaded fate worse than death, the gradual loss of self, of purpose, of humanity. But in this time before time, it was simply the natural state of these proto-beings, these early forms that would one day give rise to gods and men. There was no horror in their empty eyes, no tragedy in their mindless wandering. How could there be tragedy in losing what had never been possessed? The Hollow Ones' appearances varied slightly, some tall and gaunt, others hunched and twisted, yet these variations held no meaning, expressed no individuality. Their bodies were configurations of matter, nothing more. Some possessed more fingers than others. Some had more pronounced facial features. Some retained wisps of hair, while others displayed bare scalps. Yet these differences were not expressions of identity, but merely variations in a theme of emptiness, like different patterns of cracks in dried mud, signifying nothing. They knew neither joy nor suffering, neither hope nor despair. Emotions require contrast to have meaning. Pleasure defined against pain, hope against despair. In a world without contrast, the Hollow Ones experienced nothing, thought nothing, felt nothing. Their vacant eye sockets stared without seeing. Their gaping mouths opened and closed without speaking. Their clawed hands grasped at nothing. They simply were, drifting through the mist, like specters, their hollow eyes seeing nothing, their hollow minds comprehending nothing. These beings existed in perfect harmony with the grey world around them, for they too were grey, empty vessels waiting to be filled with something that did not yet exist. Their bodies contained cavities where organs would later develop, spaces where souls would eventually reside, but for now, they remained hollow in both name and nature, forms without substance, bodies without animation, existence without essence. They were potential given shape, waiting for the spark that would transform potential into actuality. In this age of grey fog and stone dragons, there was no heat, no cold. Temperature requires contrast. The understanding of warmth defined against coolness, burning against freezing. But in this world of perfect equilibrium, all existed at the same neutral state, neither comfortable nor uncomfortable, neither life-giving nor life-threatening. There was no light, no dark. Illumination requires shadow to have meaning. Brightness requires dimness for comparison. But in the perpetual half-light of the Age of Ancients, visibility was neither clear nor obscured, a constant grey twilight that revealed all yet emphasized nothing. There was no life, no death. Life requires growth, change, consumption, reproduction, all concepts foreign to this static realm. Death requires an ending to something that began, cessation of processes that once were active. But in this world without beginnings, there could be no endings. The concepts themselves remained unborn in the consciousness of a universe that had yet to awaken to its own existence. Only the endless, unchanging grey stretched across all existence, not a color as we would understand it, but an absence of color, a neutrality so complete it defied description. This grayness was not merely visual, but existential, a perfect average of all possible states, a cosmic equilibrium where nothing stood out because nothing could stand out. The concept of disparity itself was unknown, for how can one understand difference in a world where all is the same? Difference requires recognition. Recognition requires consciousness. Consciousness requires distinction, a circular dependency that kept this world locked in its grey uniformity. How can one conceive of change in a realm where time itself stands still? Change requires before and after, requires cause and effect, requires the possibility of becoming something other than what is all impossibilities in the Age of Ancients. The arch trees reached ever upward, growing neither taller nor shorter as the ages passed, for ages themselves had no meaning. Their immense trunks stood as monuments to permanence, their bark neither roughening nor smoothing with the passage of non-existent years. The complex network of their branches remained perfectly still, forming patterns that would have been beautiful had beauty existed as a concept, had there been eyes capable of appreciation to gaze upon them. Their roots delved deep into the earth, neither spreading nor receding. These massive underground networks, complex beyond comprehension, formed labyrinths of wood as hard as stone, creating caverns and passages that would later serve as the foundations for kingdoms yet unborn. But, for now, they simply existed, static, unchanging, eternal. The dragons soared through the mist, neither increasing nor decreasing in number. They did not reproduce, for reproduction requires new life, and life itself was a concept yet to be born. They did not die, for death requires an ending to existence, and in this world, nothing ended. Their exact number remained constant, not through any active maintenance, but through the simple impossibility of change. The Hollow Ones wandered aimlessly, neither living nor dying. Their withered forms traversed the same paths, endless times, their movements neither quickening with purpose, nor slowing with fatigue. They did not seek shelter, for comfort and discomfort were meaningless concepts. They did not seek companionship, for loneliness required awareness of self and other. They did not seek sustenance, for hunger required need, and in this world of perfect sufficiency, need did not exist. So it was, and so it would remain for all eternity, had something not changed. The perfect equilibrium, the flawless stasis, the absolute sameness, a state of cosmic perfection, or cosmic imprisonment depending on a perspective that did not yet exist to judge it. This was the world in waiting, a universe holding its breath for a spark that would set everything in motion. But change was coming. Deep within the earth, far below the roots of the greatest arch trees, in a chamber that had existed for eternity, yet had never been seen, something stirred. In this pocket of absolute nothing, in this void within a void, a spark, infinitesimal yet infinite, flickered into existence. It was not light as we understand it, for light did not yet exist. It was not energy as we conceive it, for energy implies transformation. It was potential itself, given form, the first deviation from perfect sameness, the first note in what would become the symphony of existence. From whence it came, none can say. No lore-keeper witnessed its birth, no scroll recorded its origin. Perhaps it was always there, dormant beneath the surface of reality, waiting for the perfect moment to ignite. Perhaps it was the cumulative result of infinitesimal fluctuations in the grey mist, tiny variations too small to perceive individually, but collectively capable of catalyzing change. Perhaps it was an anomaly, a cosmic accident in a universe that had never known accidents, the first imperfection in a world of perfect stasis. Or perhaps it was inevitable, the natural conclusion to an age that had lasted too long, grown too stagnant. Perhaps even perfection, extended eternally, creates its own antithesis. Perhaps sameness, stretched across infinite time and space, eventually spawns difference through its very uniformity. Perhaps the Age of Ancients contained within itself the seeds of its own transformation, just as within absolute stillness lies the potential for movement. This nascent spark pulsed with a rhythm unlike anything the world had known, not steady like the eternal present of the Age of Ancients, but dynamic, growing and receding, strengthening and weakening. It existed in defiance of the world around it, a paradox in physical form. It did not belong in this reality of perfect equilibrium, yet it could not have been born anywhere else. A child of stasis that would bring about change. This spark would become the first flame, and with it would come disparity, heat and cold, life and death, light and dark. But that is a story for another chapter. For now, let us linger in these final moments of the Age of Ancients, This time of grey mist and stone dragons, of hollow wanderers and endless stasis, let us appreciate the perfect uniformity of a world on the cusp of transformation, the calm before a storm that would rage for ages to come. Imagine, if you will, the perfect silence of this world. No wind to rustle leaves, for there were no leaves to rustle. The arch trees stood bare and still, their branches never knowing the touch of foliage. No water to lap against shores, for there were no shores for water to lap against. No oceans had yet formed, no rivers yet flowed, no rain had yet fallen from skies that knew no clouds. No bird song pierced the stillness, for no birds had yet evolved to sing. No footsteps echoed against stone, for the concept of echo required sound to reflect, and sound itself barely existed in this hushed realm. No heartbeats marked the passage of non-existent time, for there were no hearts to beat, no organs pumped life-giving blood through living vessels, no muscles contracted and relaxed in rhythmic pulses. The hollow ones possessed cavities where hearts would later develop, but these spaces remained empty, awaiting the spark that would animate them. Only silence, perfect and complete, stretched across an entire world that had never known sound. This was not the absence of noise, but the absence of the very concept of noise. A silence so fundamental, so absolute, that it transcended mere acoustic emptiness. It was the silence of potential, of possibility, of a universe holding its breath before speaking its first word. The dragons soared in the silence, their mighty wings making no sound. As they cut through the still air, their scales did not rustle against each other. Their bodies produced no whoosh of displaced atmosphere. They communicated without roars or growls, without hisses or rumbles. Their existence was soundless, their movements silent, their presence muted. The hollow ones wandered in this silence, their withered feet making no sound. As they trod upon the ancient earth, their joints did not creak, their breath did not rasp. Their occasional collisions with one another produced no impact noise. They passed through the world like ghosts, though the concept of ghosts would require death, which had not yet entered this deathless realm. The arch trees stood in this silence, their massive trunks neither creaking nor groaning, as they bore the weight of countless ages. No sap flowed through their wooden veins, no fibers stretched or compressed within their titanic forms. They existed in acoustic isolation, sound-absorbing monoliths, in a world where sound itself was merely theoretical. Even the spark, deep beneath the world, kindled in perfect silence. Its nascent flickers produced no crackle. Its growing intensity generated no roar. It was a visual anomaly only, a silence that somehow glowed, the first hint of a sensory discord that would eventually shatter the perfect unity of the Age of Ancients. Time passed, or perhaps it didn't. In a world without change, can time truly be said to exist? Without transformation to mark its passage, without beginning or end to serve as reference points, time remained an abstract concept, with no practical reality. The dragons did not age, the hollow ones did not develop, the arch trees did not grow, moments did not flow from past to future, but existed in an eternal now, a single instant stretched infinitely in all directions. The grey mist swirled, or perhaps it was perfectly still, in a world without contrast. Can movement truly be perceived, without fixed points to measure against, without varying densities to create visible currents, without light to cast shadows that shift and change? Movement itself became indistinguishable from stasis. The mist neither rose nor fell, neither thickened nor thinned, but existed in a state that defied description as either motion or rest. The dragons roared, or perhaps they merely existed, in a world without ambition, Can rulership truly be understood? Rulership implies authority. Authority implies hierarchy. Hierarchy implies value differences. All concepts foreign to the perfect democracy of sameness that characterized the Age of Ancients. The dragons occupied the upper reaches of the world, not through conquest or design, but through cosmic positioning, as natural and inevitable as the archery's roots, delving downward. This was the world before fire, before light and dark, before heat and cold, before life and death. It existed in a state so alien to our experience that language itself fails to capture its essence. Our words were born in a world of contrasts, and carry those contrasts within their very meanings. We speak of stillness as the absence of movement, silence as the absence of sound, emptiness as the absence of content. But in the Age of Ancients, these concepts were not absences, but fundamental states, not defined against their opposites, but existing in perfect isolation. It was a world of perfect stasis, where the very concept of change had yet to be conceived. The laws of thermodynamics, of entropy increasing, of systems tending toward disorder, remained unwritten in a universe where order and disorder had no meaning. Nothing degraded, nothing evolved, nothing transformed. The fundamental particles of existence, if indeed they could be called particles, remained in perfect arrangement, neither bonding nor breaking, neither attracting nor repelling. It was a world of perfect sameness, where the concept of identity had yet to emerge. Without contrast, there could be no distinction. Without distinction, there could be no individuality. The dragons were not individuals, but manifestations of dragonhood, expressions of a single concept, rather than unique entities. The hollow ones were not separate beings, but instances of hollowness, given form. Even the arch trees, seemingly distinct in their massive physicality, were more like recurring motifs in the grey canvas of existence than separate organisms. It was a world of perfect peace, or perhaps perfect emptiness. Peace implies the absence of conflict, but in the Age of Ancients, conflict itself was impossible. There were no opposing forces to clash, no competing interests to reconcile, no differences to resolve. It was not the achievement of harmony, but the absence of the very possibility of disharmony and emptiness. Not the emptiness of a vessel waiting to be filled, but the emptiness of a concept that has yet to be imagined, a void not of matter, but of meaning. It was neither paradise nor hell, for such concepts require disparity to have meaning. Paradise implies bliss. Bliss implies joy. Joy implies emotion. Emotion implies consciousness, a chain of prerequisites that had no place in the grey uniformity of the ancient age. Hell implies suffering. Suffering implies pain. Pain implies sensation. Sensation implies nervous systems, biological innovations that would only emerge with the kindling of the first flame. This world, and yet something was missing. Something that had not yet been conceived of, yet whose absence was like a void waiting to be filled. This absence was not felt, for feeling requires awareness, nor was it recognized, for recognition requires consciousness. It was a cosmic incompleteness, a fundamental imbalance in reality itself, the paradoxical emptiness of perfect fullness, the strange hunger of complete satiation. The world waited, though it knew not what it waited for. This waiting was not anticipation, for anticipation requires expectation, nor was it patience, for patience requires the understanding of time. It was potential in its purest form, unrealized possibility, suspended in the eternal present of the Age of Ancients. The dragons soared, though they knew not why they soared. their flight was not purposeful movement toward a destination, but existence expressed through dimension and space. They traversed the grey mist, not to arrive somewhere, but to embody the cosmic principle of traversal itself, movement without progress, journey without arrival. The hollow ones wandered, though they knew not where they wandered to. Their aimless perambulations traced meaningless patterns across the colorless landscape, footpaths that led nowhere and originated from nothing. They did not seek for seeking geek's desire. They did not explore, for exploration implies curiosity. They simply moved, their motion as meaningless as the gentle swirling of mist around their withered limbs. Deep beneath the earth, the spark that would become the first flame grew stronger, though none yet perceived it. This growth was the first true change in a changeless world, the first narrative in a reality without stories. It pulsed with nascent potential, expanding and contracting with a rhythm unlike anything the world had known. Not the steady state of eternal sameness, but dynamic, growing and receding, strengthening and weakening. As this spark intensified, it began to generate the first true heat the world had ever known. Not warmth, as we understand it, for that would require contrast with cold, but rather the fundamental principle of energy from which warmth would later derive its meaning. This proto-heat existed in isolation, without its binary opposite, a solitary concept in a world of perfect conceptual unity. The Age of Ancients continued in its timeless perfection, unaware that its end approached. Unawareness here is not ignorance, for ignorance requires the possibility of knowledge, but rather the fundamental absence of consciousness itself. The world did not know that it would soon change, because knowing itself had yet to enter the universe as a possibility. The grey world remained grey, unaware that soon it would know color. Grey was not a hue among hues, but the only visual state possible, not the mixture of black and white, but the absence of the very concept of chromatic variation. Soon this grey would splinter into the full spectrum of color, but for now it remained perfect in its monochromatic completeness. The dragons remained immortal, unaware that soon they would know death. Their immortality was not the conquest of mortality, but its absence, not living forever but existing outside the very concept of mortality. Soon death would enter their world as a new cosmic principle, and their stone scales would face a threat they had never evolved to withstand, for evolution itself requires change. Change requires time, and time requires disparity. Change was coming to a world that had never known change. This coming was not an approach from elsewhere, but a genesis within, not an invasion from outside reality, but a transformation of reality itself. The seed of difference was germinating in the fertile soil of sameness, preparing to bloom into the infinite variety that would characterize all ages to follow. Fire was coming to a world that had never known fire, not merely as a physical phenomenon of combustion and light, but as a cosmic principle, the fundamental force of transformation, of consumption, of life, of death. Fire would become both destroyer and creator, both endgame and genesis, both salvation and damnation. From its dancing flames would emerge all dualities, all contrasts, all meanings, and with fire would come disparity, the birth of difference in a world of sameness. The unified grey would fracture into infinite variation. The perfect stasis would give way to eternal change. The silence would erupt into symphony. With disparity would come distinction. With distinction would come identity. With identity would come consciousness. With consciousness would come choice. With choice would come morality. With morality would come meaning.
The birth of life, and with it, death. Not merely biological processes, but cosmic principles the cyclical nature of existence, the rhythm of creation and destruction, the dance of preservation and dissolution. Life would bring growth, change, consumption, reproduction, all concepts foreign to the static realm of the Age of Ancients. Death would bring endings, transitions, transformations, the possibility of finality in a world that had known only eternal sameness, the birth of light, and with it, dark, not merely visible radiation and its absence, but fundamental forces, the illumination of knowledge and the shadow of mystery, the revelation of truth and the concealment of secrets, the exposure of reality and the protection of possibility. Light would define spaces, create boundaries, establish distinctions, all impossibilities in the uniform gray of pre-fire existence. Dark would create depths, harbor potential, nurture secrets, cosmic wombs from which new realities might emerge. But that is a tale for our next chapter. For now, the grey world stands on the cusp of transformation, unaware of the cosmic drama about to unfold. Deep beneath the earth, the spark that would become the first flame continued to grow stronger, unperceived by the ageless world above. The perfect stillness of the Age of Ancients remained undisturbed. For now, a final moment of unchanging grey, before disparity would forever transform existence itself. The stage is set, the actors unconscious, the audience non-existent, but the cosmic drama of fire and dark, of life and death, of gods and men is about to begin. Chapter 2. The Four Lords and the Birth of the First Flame. The spark deepened, intensified, and transformed. What began as a mere anomaly in the perfect grey sameness grew until it could no longer be contained in the darkness beneath the earth. The first flame was born. This birth was not measured in moments or hours, for time itself was only just beginning to gain meaning. The transformation occurred across what might later be called eons, or mere instants. Such distinctions were meaningless in this liminal period between timelessness and temporality. The spark first grew brighter, its glow penetrating further into the surrounding void. Then it began to pulse with a rhythm unlike anything the world had known, expanding and contracting, strengthening and weakening, yet always growing more complex with each cycle. As the pulse quickened, the first true heat entered the world, not yet warmth as we understand it, but rather the fundamental principle of energy transfer, the cosmic concept from which temperature would later derive its meaning. This proto-heat spread outward in concentric waves, creating the first gradients in a world that had known only perfect uniformity. Where these waves of energy touched the void, they transformed it, giving substance to nothingness, possibility to emptiness. Its ignition was not a sudden explosion, but a gradual awakening. The first true event in a world that had never known occurrence. The grey mist surrounding the spark began to move with purpose rather than mere existence, swirling in patterns of increasing complexity. The void itself seemed to withdraw from the growing light, not in fear, which had not yet entered the world, but in cosmic recognition of fundamental difference, asserting itself for the first time. There was no witness to mark this birth, no celebration to commemorate its arrival, yet its significance would echo through all ages to come. No eyes yet existed that could perceive light, no minds yet existed that could comprehend change, no histories yet existed that could record transformation. Yet this moment or period or process would later be recognized as the foundation upon which all future events would build, the genesis from which all narratives would flow. In the chamber deep beneath the tangled roots of the arch trees, fire manifested, not merely as heat and light, but as the cosmic principle of change itself. This was not flame as we know it, feeding on fuel, producing ash, eventually dying. This was fire as fundamental force, as essential as gravity would later become, as basic as time was beginning to be. The first flame did not consume to exist. It existed to transform. It did not destroy to create. It created through revelation of potential. The first flame was unlike any fire that would follow. It burned without fuel, existed without precedent, transformed without blueprint. This was not combustion, as future ages would understand it, not the oxidation of material, not the release of stored energy, not the breaking of bonds. This was the original fire, the primordial principle, from which all later fires would be but pale imitations. Its core burned with a white so pure, it transcended color, surrounded by layers of gold, crimson, azure, and violet that shifted and swirled in patterns of impossible complexity. Occasionally, fragments of absolute darkness moved within the light, not extinguishing it, but defining it, the first expression of the symbiotic relationship between light and dark that would characterize all existence to follow. The flame produced no smoke, for impurity had not yet entered the world. It cast no ash, for destruction as waste had not yet been conceived. It consumed no air, for the very elements themselves were still coalescing into their distinct forms. Instead, it generated reality, spinning existence from potential, weaving actuality from possibility. Its dancing flames contained within them all colors that would ever exist, all energies that would ever manifest, all possibilities that would ever unfold. Within its heart, one might glimpse, were there eyes to see, the entirety of future history, every event that would ever occur, every being that would ever exist, every thought that would ever be conceived, not as predetermined fate, but as infinite potential, not as fixed destiny, but as boundless possibility. It was creation and destruction, united in perfect balance. The original disparity from which all other disparities would emerge. Within its fluctuations lay the template for all future cycles, birth and death, growth and decay, construction and dissolution. The flame did not merely represent these dualities, it embodied them, contained them, transcended them. It was both the question and the answer, both the paradox and its resolution. As the flame grew stronger, its influence spread outward in concentric rings of transformation. The perfect uniformity of the void surrounding it began to differentiate, to specialize, to develop distinct properties and behaviors closest to the flame. The formlessness took on structure, the emptiness gained substance, the potential became actual. The chamber that housed it, once a formless void within the earth, crystallized into the first kiln, a cavernous forge at the foundation of reality itself. This kiln was not built, but self-organized, not constructed but manifested. Its curved walls emerged from nothingness. Its arched ceiling coalesced from possibility. Its pillared hall materialized from potential. It was architecture without architect, design without designer, structure without builder. The kiln's form transcended function, for function itself was only just entering the world. As concept, its geometry followed principles not yet discovered. Its proportions adhered to ratios not yet understood. Its aesthetics embodied beauty not yet appreciated. Every curve, every angle, every dimension contained within it cosmic significance, mathematical truths that would later form the fundamental laws of physical reality. The walls that contained the flame were neither stone nor metal, but pure possibility, given form, the original architecture upon which all future structures would be modeled, consciously,
or not. To call them walls is to diminish their nature, to apply physical terminology to metaphysical reality. They were boundaries in the most fundamental sense, the first true division of space into here and elsewhere, the first true definition of place as distinct from void. Their surfaces displayed patterns of astonishing complexity, fractals that contained within them the seeds of all future designs, from the spiral of galaxies to the branching of trees, from the symmetry of flowers to the composition of crystals. These patterns shifted and flowed like liquid, yet possessed the permanence of eternity. Another paradox, embodied by the first flame and all it touched. Throughout the kiln, peculiar structures emerged, objects that were neither fully physical nor purely conceptual, but existing in the boundary between idea and manifestation. Some resembled thrones, though no ruler yet existed to occupy them. Others appeared as altars, though no worship had yet been conceived. Still others took forms impossible to describe, using language developed in later ages, shapes that contained within them possibilities reality would never fully explore. The light of the flame reached upward, penetrating the layers of earth that separated it from the surface world. This was not mere illumination, but revelation, the cosmic principle of disclosure, making its first appearance in a world that had known only concealment in uniformity. The light moved not as rays or waves, but as essence, fundamental truth seeking expression. As this primordial illumination ascended, it encountered resistance, not opposition, but difference. The matter it passed through, once uniform gray, began to differentiate in response to the light's touch. Some substances became transparent, permitting passage. Others became translucent, transforming the light as it passed. Still others became opaque, refusing penetration entirely. Thus began the first great categorization of matter, the division of substance based on relationship to light. Its radiance filtered through the tangled roots of the arch trees, which now began to respond to its presence. Some roots grew toward the light, not through phototropism, as plants would later exhibit, but through fundamental affinity. Others twisted away, not in rejection, but in cosmic counterbalance. The perfect stasis of their eternal existence gave way to the first subtle movements they had ever known, where the light touched matter, but could not pass through. It cast the first shadows ever known, not mere absences of light, but manifestations of dark, a new cosmic principle born in parallel to its opposite. These shadows were not empty, but full, pregnant with possibility, dense with potential. They moved not as consequences of light, but as partners with it, not as secondary effects, but as primary manifestations. Light and dark, twin children of the flame, began their eternal dance of revelation and concealment. In their interplay lay the seeds of all future knowledge, all future mystery. Where light fell, truth was revealed, but depth was flattened. Where shadow pooled, truth was hidden, but depth was preserved. Neither was complete without the other. Neither was superior to its twin. Together they created the possibility of perspective, of dimension, of meaning itself. The heat of the flame spread outward in waves of warmth that transformed perfect temperature equilibrium of the ancient age. This heat was not merely thermal energy, but vital force, the fundamental principle of animation that would later empower all living things. Like the light, it moved not through physical mechanisms, but through a central transfer cosmic principle manifesting across reality. For the first time, some places became warmer than others. Some regions cooled while others heated. The perfect uniformity of thermal state gave way to complex patterns of varying energy. Some areas drew heat into themselves,
becoming reservoirs of potential. Others repelled it, becoming bastions of stability. Still others channeled it, becoming conduits of transformation. Temperature gradients emerged, creating the possibility of flow, of current, of movement, with direction and purpose. Heat began to move from regions of abundance to regions of scarcity, the first expression of the fundamental principle of equilibrium seeking that would later govern everything from weather patterns to ecosystems, from ocean currents to emotional states. In this movement lay the seeds of all future dynamics, all future systems, all future interactions between distinct entities. And with the flame came souls, concentrations of power more fundamental than matter, more essential than energy. These were not secondary creations, but primary manifestations, not products of the flame, but attributes of it, not separate from fire, but distinct expressions of its nature. Each soul was fire given purpose, flame given direction, heat given meaning. These souls were not merely spiritual entities, as later ages would understand spirituality. They were not simply vessels of consciousness or repositories of identity. They were constitutive elements of reality itself, fundament principles around which existence would organize, essential forces that would shape all future development. They were metaphysical keystones, ontological foundations, cosmic archetypes in their essence. Souls represented the cosmos becoming aware of self, existence taking on identity. They were reality's first attempt at self-recognition, creation's first exercise in self-definition. Through souls, the universe began the long process of self-comprehension that would eventually culminate in consciousness as later beings would understand it. The souls emerged from the flame, not as accidents or byproducts, but as inevitable expressions of its nature. They did not drift randomly, but manifested with purpose, not conscious intent, which had not yet entered the world, but cosmic direction, which undergirded all existence. They appeared like embers cast from the central fire, distinct from it, yet containing its essential nature, separate from it yet irrevocably connected to it. Each soul pulsed with its own unique rhythm, glowed with its own distinctive hue, resonated with its own particular harmony. Each contained within it a different aspect of the new disparity that had entered the world, a specific expression of the fundamental divisions that the flame had introduced to previously undifferentiated reality. Together, they represented the full spectrum of possibility that fire had unleashed upon the grey uniformity of the ancient age. The first and greatest of these souls was the light soul, claimed by Gwyn as it emerged from the flame. It outshone all others, a supernal radiance that seemed to contain within itself the essence of the flame's illumination, distilled to its purest form. It pulsed with a golden brilliance that seemed alive, its surface rippling with waves of luminous energy that flowed like liquid sunlight. This soul contained within it the principle of radiance, of illumination, of revelation, the cosmic force that would later express itself through sunlight, through knowledge, through awareness. It embodied the portion of the flame that disclosed, that exposed, that clarified. Within its golden depths swirled the potential for sight, for perception, for comprehension, but also for exposure, for vulnerability, for judgment. Yet, alongside these illuminating aspects existed more structural principles: hierarchy, distinction, separation. The light soul did not merely reveal, it categorized what it revealed. It did not merely expose, it organized what it exposed. It did not merely clarify, it ranked what it clarified. Its radiance did not fall equally on all things, but established gradients, created spectrums, instituted orders, the light soul burned with magnificent brilliance that none could ignore, none could deny, none could resist. Its glory demanded attention, commanded respect, inspired devotion. It cast both illumination and shadow in equal measure, for its very intensity created darkness where its light could not reach. Its very brilliance established obscurity by contrast. In this paradox lay the seed of its eventual limitation, that in revealing some things, it would necessarily conceal others. Within its incandescent depths lay the seeds of civilization, the organizing principles that would later manifest as society, as culture, as collective endeavor. It contained the archetypes of order, the fundamental patterns that would later express themselves as law, as ritual, as tradition. It embodied the essence of rule, the cosmic authority that would later become kingship, governance, dominion. Yet, these seeds of structure contained within themselves their own contradictions. Civilization would require both cooperation and competition. Order would demand both harmony and enforcement. Rule would necessitate both protection and control. And so, within the light soul also lay the potential for division, for stratification, for subjugation, the shadow aspects of its illuminating glory, the necessary counterweights to its elevating power. Gwyn himself was not yet the Lord of Sunlight. He would become but merely a proto-being of tremendous potential, existing in the liminal state between unconscious existence and deliberate being. His nature before claiming the soul exists beyond memory, beyond record, beyond knowing a mystery that even the most ancient chronicles do not illuminate. He was drawn to the flame, not by desire, which had not yet entered the world, nor by ambition, which had not yet been conceived, but by cosmic alignment, a fundamental resonance between his essential nature and the light soul's radiant power. It was not choice that brought him to the flame, but inevitability, the magnetic attraction of like to like, the gravitational pull of destiny, expressing itself before the concept of fate had even entered reality. Like all who would become the lords, his original form remains unknown, a secret lost to time, or perhaps a truth too fundamental to be expressed in the limited concepts of later ages. Perhaps he was one of the hollow wanderers, one of countless empty vessels drifting purposelessly through the gray mist of the ancient age. Perhaps he was something else entirely, a manifestation of cosmic principle that had existed in potential since before the flame, waiting for the opportunity to express itself. Some ancient texts suggest he might have been the most evolved of the Hollow Ones, possessing a proto-consciousness that distinguished him from his mindless kin. Others hint that he might have been a unique entity, a singular expression of cosmic potential unlike any other being in the ancient age. Still others propose that he was not a single entity at all, but a collective, multiple Hollow Ones, drawn together by shared resonance with the principle of light, fused into a composite being by proximity to the flame. But upon claiming the light soul, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say, upon being claimed by it, he was transformed. The hollow emptiness that had characterized his existence was filled with radiant purpose. The gray uniformity of his form was transfigured into shining magnificence. The mindless wandering of his movement was replaced by deliberate, directed power. His body crystallized from vague potential into specific actuality, reshaped to channel the immense power he had claimed. His frame grew tall and commanding. His aspect became noble and authoritative. His presence became dominating and majestic. He became solid where once he had been spectral, defined where once he had been amorphous, singular where once he had been generic. His mind awakened from potential to actual, from dormant to active, from unconscious to aware. Thoughts formed where once there had been only empty echoes. Purpose developed where once there had been only endless drift. Identity coalesced where once there had been only anonymous existence. He became Gwyn, a name, a self, a singular being rather than merely an instance of hollow wandering. Yet even in this transformation, the pattern of the flame's paradoxical nature expressed itself, for as Gwyn gained definition, he lost possibility, becoming one specific thing rather than all potential things. As he gained power, he acquired limitation, becoming subject to the responsibilities and constraints that power entails. As he gained identity, he developed vulnerability, becoming capable of loss in a way his hollow existence had never been. The second great soul was the death soul, taken by Nito, the first of the dead. Unlike the brilliant radiance of the light soul, this soul manifested as a profound absence, not merely dark, but empty in a way that transcended darkness, hollow in a way that surpassed mere void. It did not glow but absorbed, did not radiate but consumed, did not pulse but enticed. Its surface appeared as constantly shifting opacity, like smoke given permanence, like shadow given substance. Within this soul dwelled the principle of cessation, the cosmic force that would later express itself as ending, as conclusion, as finale. It embodied the portion of the flame that completed cycles, that closed chapters, that finalized processes. In a world that had known only eternal continuation without beginning or end, the concept of conclusion represented a revolutionary development, the possibility that things might not merely exist, but exist for a duration. The death soul contained the essence of entropy, not merely as physics would later define it, but as a fundamental cosmic principle. It represented the tendency of organized systems to eventually disorganize, of patterns to eventually dissolve, of structures to eventually decay. Yet this was not a principle of destruction, but of transformation, not an annihilation of existence, but a change in its form, not an elimination of being, but a transition in its state. Alongside cessation and entropy, the death soul embodied the concept of ending, the cosmic punctuation that would give meaning to narrative, significance to journey, value to experience. In the endless gray sameness of the ancient age, nothing truly mattered, because nothing ever changed. But with the possibility of ending came the possibility of mattering, the potential for events to have significance precisely because they were not eternal. Yet the death soul was not merely destructive, but transformative. It did not simply negate, but transcended, carrying substances and essences from one state to another, translating being from one form to another. It served not as a period, but as a semicolon in the cosmic grammar, not terminating existence, but transitioning it, not halting being, but transfiguring it. Within its shadowed depths lay the seeds of closure, the healing power of completion that would later express itself through acceptance, through fulfillment, through resolution. It contained the potential for transition, the liberating force of passage that would manifest as metamorphosis, as evolution, as rebirth. It embodied the peace that comes with finality, not the peace of emptiness, but the peace of wholeness, not the peace of absence, but the peace of completion. Nito's form, upon claiming this soul, underwent a transformation unlike any the world had seen or would see again, where the other lords would manifest as singular beings, unified entities with coherent forms. Nito became composite, collective, multiple. His body coalesced as a mass of skeletons fused together into a single entity, not joined by flesh or bound by sinew, but unified by the death soul's ineffable power. This was the first expression of death's aesthetic in a world that had never known mortality, a visual language of bones and skulls that would later become the universal symbolism of life's ending. The skeletons that composed him were not merely assembled, but integrated, not simply stacked, but interwoven, not just connected, but interpenetrating. They existed simultaneously as distinct entities and as portions of a greater whole, another expression of the paradoxical nature that characterized all the Flame's creations. The bones themselves were not as skeletons would later be, not as the remains of once living beings, not as structural remnants of deceased creatures. They were death given form, directly, cessation shaped into physical expression, entropy manifested in tangible substance. They had never supported flesh, because flesh had not yet been conceived. They had never anchored muscle, because muscle had not yet been created. They were not leftovers of life, but precursors to it, death establishing its aesthetic before life had fully formed its own. His body was not merely symbolic, but functional, a perfect expression of the death soul's nature, translated into physical form. Each skull contained within it a different aspect of consciousness, facing its own cessation, from serene acceptance to terrified resistance, from curious anticipation to despairing denial. Their empty eye sockets contained not absence, but potentiality, the possibility of perception beyond physical sight, of awareness beyond material existence. Each bone represented a different pathway from being to non-being. Each vertebra a different transition from existence to transformation. The larger bones, femurs, humeri, tibia, embodied the major passages that all existence would eventually face. The smaller bones, phalanges, carpals, tarsals, represented the minor cessations that would punctuate daily existence in the ages to come. Together, they formed a complete grammar of endings, a comprehensive vocabulary of completion. The ribs that formed his chest cavity were not protective, but expressive, not guarding internal organs, but symbolizing the embrace that death would offer to all existence. They curved not around lungs or heart, but around the death soul itself, visible within him as a shifting mass of shadow and emptiness that pulsed with paradoxical vitality, that animated its skeletal housing with the power of cessation itself. From gentle passing to violent ending, from willing acceptance to desperate resistance, Nito embodied not merely death itself, but its infinite variations in his composite form. All possible conclusions exist simultaneously, the peaceful closing of a life well lived alongside the abrupt termination of existence, cut short, the transcendent transition of enlightened passing, alongside the terrified struggle against inevitable end. When Nito moved, it was not as a single being, but as a community of cessations, countless bones shifting independently, yet coordinated by unified purpose. When he spoke, though speaking as we understand it, came later. It was not with one voice, but with a chorus of endings, each contributing its unique tone to the harmony of finality. When he acted, it was not with single intent, but with the collective will of all possible conclusions, converging on a common purpose. The third great soul was the life soul, claimed by the Witch of Izalith. This soul contained the principle of creation, of growth, of endless variation, the fundamental force that would transform the static world of the ancient age into the dynamic realm of living beings. Within its nurturing depths lay the seeds of birth, of development, of evolution, but also of hunger, of consumption, of the endless cycle of creation, feeding upon itself. The witch's original form, like that of all the lords, remains unknown, but upon claiming the life soul, she became the mother of life itself, not merely biologically, but cosmically. Her body became a vessel for the creation of new forms, new entities, new possibilities. She would go on to birth both daughters and demons, to create both life and chaos, embodying the fundamental unpredictability of the life force she commanded. The fourth and most mysterious of the great souls was different from the others. Unlike the souls of light, death and life, each representing a positive principle, a presence, an addition to reality, this soul represented an absence, a darkness, a subtraction. It was the dark soul, and it was claimed by the being who would come to be known as the Furtive, Pygmy, so easily forgotten. The dark soul contained within it the principle of humanity itself, small and weak compared to the souls of the lords, yet possessing a unique quality the others lacked, the capacity to expand, to divide, to multiply without diminishing. While each lord possessed a single magnificent soul, the Pygmy's dark soul could be divided into countless fragments, humanity, each containing the full potential of the original, like a flame that can kindle other flames without itself diminishing. The Pygmy, smallest and least impressive of those who approached the flame, took what appeared to be the most insignificant prize in a world now defined by brilliant light, magnificent death, and prolific life. Darkness seemed a poor claim indeed. Perhaps this is why the Pygmy story faded from legend, why the chronicles of the Age of Fire mention this figure so rarely, so dismissively. Yet in this seeming insignificance lay strength beyond measure, potential beyond calculation. As these primal beings claimed their souls and were transformed by them, the world itself continued to change around them. The perfect gray uniformity of the ancient age gave way to a kaleidoscope of variation. Color entered the world, not merely as visual phenomena, but as metaphor for the infinite diversity that now characterized existence. The mist that had filled all spaces began to clear in some regions, while thickening in others. Some areas grew warm, others cool. Some became bright, others dark. Distinction emerged from sameness, diversity from uniformity, complexity from simplicity. The perfect equilibrium of the ancient age was forever disrupted, replaced by a dynamic disequilibrium that would drive all future change. The dragons, those eternal rulers of the unchanging sky, felt these changes, but did not immediately respond. Having existed in perfect stasis for time immemorial, they possessed neither the instinct nor the capacity to adapt quickly. Their stone scales, once the source of their immortality, now became symbolic of their inflexibility, their inability to evolve in a world suddenly defined by evolution itself. The hollow wanderers, those empty vessels that had shambled mindlessly through the grey mist, began to change as well. Some remained hollow, continuing their aimless perambulations as they had for eons, but others encountered fragments of the souls that now permeated creation and were transformed by them. Those touched by light became the first progenitors of gods. Those touched by death became the first servants of Nito. Those touched by life became the first true living beings, and those touched by dark became the first humans bearers of humanity, inheritors of the dark soul's unique potential. The arch trees, once unchanging monuments to eternity, began to shift subtly. Some grew new branches, others shed old ones. Their bark, once uniformly gray, began to display variations in texture and hue. Their roots, once perfectly still, began to move slowly through the earth, seeking sources of power in the newly varied landscape. They remained ancient beyond measure, but now they too were subject to the universal law of change that the flame had introduced. The first flame, continued to burn at the heart of the world, its power neither diminishing nor increasing, but fluctuating in complex patterns. It was both creator and creation, both cause and effect, both beginning and end. Within its dancing flames lay both the genesis of the new world and the seeds of its eventual transformation. For the flame, like all fires, would not burn forever. It would eventually fade, and with its fading would come a choice that would define the destiny of all existence. But that reckoning lay far in the future, for now the age of ancients was ending, and the age of fire was dawning. The lords had claimed their souls, and would soon claim dominion over the transformed world. The stage was set for the first great conflict of the new age, the war against the dragons. The dragons continued to soar through skies, no longer uniformly grey, their stone scales reflecting the new light in ways that created the first true beauty the world had known. But their unchanging nature, once perfectly aligned with a changeless reality, now stood in opposition to the new cosmic law of transformation. They had ruled the ancient age by default, through simple alignment with its fundamental nature, but in the emerging age of fire, rule would come not through passive alignment, but through active dominance. And so the lords, newly empowered by their souls, looked upon the dragons, not as natural features of the cosmos, but as rivals for dominion over the transformed world. The conflict that would follow would reshape the very geography of existence, would establish the template for all future struggles, would create the first true history in a world that had never before known narrative. But that tale, with all its fire and fury, all its triumph and tragedy, belongs to our next chapter. For now, let us pause to consider the monumental transition we have witnessed from the perfect stasis of the ancient age to the dynamic potential of early fire, from gray uniformity to infinite variation, from eternal sameness to endless possibility. The first flame burns, the lords rise, the dark soul fragments, the dragons soar, unaware that their eternal reign approaches its end, and beneath it all, the embers of the flame pulse with a cosmic rhythm that will eventually lead to fading, to linking, to usurpation, to abandonment, to choices yet unmade by beings yet unborn in a world still taking shape. Chapter 3: The Age of Ancients. The world before the coming of fire had existed in perfect stasis for time immemorial. The Age of Ancients, a period of grey fog, arch trees, and immortal dragons, had persisted in unchanging equilibrium. This was not an age as later beings would understand the concept, not a period with beginning and end, not an era with defining characteristics that distinguished it from what came before or after. It was simply existence itself, undifferentiated by time or change, unbroken by event or occurrence, unmarked by development or decay. In this timeless realm, the architecture of reality consisted of the massive arch trees, colossal living pillars that connected the depths to the heights, the roots to the sky. They were not merely physical structures, but metaphysical constants, their unchanging nature serving as the framework upon which reality itself was suspended. Their bark was not biological tissue, but cosmic material, a substance neither living nor dead, but existing in perfect stasis. Their branches did not grow, but simply were, extending through the grey mist, in patterns that never altered, never developed, never declined. Between and around these cosmic pillars drifted the eternal fog, not atmospheric moisture, but primordial substance, not weather phenomenon, but fundamental material. This mist was neither created nor destroyed, neither condensed nor evaporated, neither moved nor remained still. It simply pervaded, filling all spaces with its uniform grayness, touching all surfaces with its neutral presence, permeating all existence with its perfect sameness. But with the kindling of the first flame and the emergence of the Lords, this equilibrium was irrevocably shattered. Change had entered a changeless world, and conflict would soon follow. The perfect stasis that had characterized existence could not accommodate the dynamism of fire. The uniformity of grayness could not coexist with the disparity of color. The eternal sameness could not persist alongside newfound difference. The Age of Ancients had not evolved to include these contradictions, for evolution itself was a concept foreign to its nature. The dragons continued their ancient dominion of the skies, their stone scales gleaming dully in the new light that filtered up from below. These were not creatures, as biology would later classify life, not animals with metabolic processes, not organisms with defined life cycles. They were cosmic entities, more akin to natural laws, given form, fundamental principles embodied in physical shape. Their wings did not beat to keep them aloft, but rather expressed the concept of soaring itself. They flew not through aerodynamic principle, but through alignment with the cosmic nature of above. Their bodies were immense beyond conventional scale, their wingspans blocking out portions of the sky, not through physical coverage, but through fundamental occupation of space. The gray light of the ancient age reflected off their stone scales in patterns of mathematical perfection, not random gleams, but precise arrangements, not chaotic sparkles, but ordered sequences. When they moved through the mist, they did not displace it, but incorporated it, their passage leaving no trail, not because no disturbance occurred, but because disturbance itself was a concept that had not yet entered reality. For eons, they had soared through the grey mist, neither ruling actively nor being ruled, simply existing in perfect harmony with a reality as unchanging as themselves. Their dominion was not political authority, but cosmic position. They occupied the above, not through conquest, but through essential nature. They did not govern the world below, but embodied the principle of loftiness itself, their soaring less a physical action, a more metaphysical state. But now, as the world transformed beneath them, as the first flame introduced the concept of change to a changeless reality, as the lords claimed their souls and established their domains, the dragons faced something they had never encountered before, a challenge to their eternal reign. This challenge did not come in the form of direct opposition, no declaration of war, no territorial encroachment, no hostile action. It came in the form of fundamental contradiction, the mere existence of change itself, constituting a denial of their unchanging nature, the mere presence of disparity, representing a refutation of their uniform being. These ancient beings were not quick to respond to the changes rippling through existence. Their consciousness, if indeed such an alien form of awareness, could be described using terminology developed by much later, much different beings, operated on principles entirely unlike those that would characterize the minds of gods or humans or other creatures of the Age of Fire. They did not think in concepts, did not process through logic, did not decide through deliberation. Their awareness was direct and immediate, a perfect alignment with reality itself that required no intermediary processes, no symbolic representation, no abstract cognition. Having known only sameness for countless ages, they possessed neither the instinct nor the capacity for rapid adaptation. Adaptation itself was a concept foreign to their nature, a principle predicated on the existence of change, a process requiring the reality of difference. Their perfect alignment with the unchanging world of the ancient age had never demanded adjustment, had never required modification, had never necessitated evolution. They had simply been their existence, a perfect expression of the eternal cosmos they inhabited. Their consciousness existed in a state of perfect continuity with their surroundings, not separate awareness, observing external reality, but unified being participating in undifferentiated existence. The boundaries between dragon mind and world substance were not merely permeable, but non-existent, their thinking indistinguishable from cosmic process, their perception identical to fundamental reality. They had never needed to react, to decide, to choose. They had simply been as eternal and immutable as the grey fog itself. The dragon's bodies reflected this unchanging nature in every aspect of their form, from the sweep of their massive wings to the curve of their sinuous tails, from the arch of their elongated necks to the profile of their ancient heads. Every line, every angle, every proportion expressed not biological design, but cosmic perfection. They had not evolved these forms through adaptation to environment, but manifested them through alignment with fundamental principles. Their bodies were not functional in the biological sense, but expressive in the metaphysical sense, physical embodiments of eternal concepts. Their scales were not biological armor, but cosmic constant, plates of stone that were less a covering and more an expression of their fundamental nature. Each scale contained within its crystalline structure patterns of perfect mathematical regularity, fractal arrangements that reflected the underlying order of the ancient age itself. These patterns did not serve as camouflage or protection in the conventional sense, but as manifestations of the dragon's essential immutability, their physical form expressing their metaphysical nature. The stone of these scales was unlike any material that would exist in later ages, not igneous, not sedimentary, not metamorphic, but primordial. It contained within its structure the perfect stability of the ancient age, the absolute resistance to change that characterized that timeless epoch. Each scale was not merely hard, but fundamentally unchangeable, not simply durable, but essentially permanent. They did not resist damage through physical strength, but through metaphysical constancy, their very nature defined by the impossibility of alteration. These scales were perfectly fitted to the reality of the ancient age, rendering them impervious to harm in a world where harm did not exist, making them immortal in a world where mortality had no meaning. In the perfect sameness of the time before fire, where no force existed that could introduce change, where no principle operated that could cause transformation, the dragon's stone scales represented not adaptation, but perfect alignment, not evolution, but essential nature. But they were not designed to withstand the disparity that the flame had introduced, not evolved to resist the power of the souls that the lords now wielded. The fair refugee that had rendered them eternal in an eternal world now made them vulnerable in a dynamic one, their immutability becoming limitation rather than strength, their changelessness becoming weakness rather than power. The stone scales that had expressed their harmony with the ancient age now marked them as contradictions in the age of fire, physical embodiments of a cosmic principle that reality itself had now transcended. High above in their domain of endless sky, the dragons observed the changes spreading from the flame with what might later be called curiosity, though this term does not capture the alien nature of their awareness. It was not emotional interest, which requires the existence of emotion, nor intellectual inquiry, which demands abstract cognition, nor even attentive observation, which presupposes separation between observer and observed. It was rather a fundamental recognition of cosmic shift, the first instance in eternity where reality itself had become something other than what it had always been. They sensed the new forces entering the world, not through conventional perception, not sight, not hearing, not touch, but through direct metaphysical awareness. Their being, perfectly continuous with the reality of the ancient age, now encountered discontinuity for the first time. Regions where the perfect sameness they had always known gave way to novel difference. Areas where the eternal grayness they had always embodied yielded to unprecedented color. Domains where the absolute stasis they had always expressed surrendered to unexpected change. He perceived the disparity disrupting the perfect sameness they had always known, not as threat, for threat requires the concept of harm, which had not yet entered their awareness, nor as challenge, for challenge requires the concept of competition, which had not yet manifested in their experience, but as fundamental alteration of reality itself. The cosmos with which they had existed in perfect alignment for eternity was transforming into something else, something new, something different, and they, in their essential immutability, could not transform with it. Their response was not fear, which required the concept of loss, nor anger, which required the concept of opposition, but rather a kind of primordial attention, the first stirring of reaction in beings that had never needed to react before. This attention was not directed toward specific entities or particular changes, but toward the phenomenon of change itself, the cosmic novelty of transformation in a reality that had known only eternal sameness. Some dragons withdrew from regions where the flame's influence was strongest, soaring higher into skies less touched by disparity. This was not retreat in the strategic sense, but cosmic reorientation, not flight from danger, but movement toward familiarity. Others remained in place, their eternal nature rendering them incapable of response, even as the world transformed beneath them. Still others began to exhibit the first primitive stirrings of what might later be called adaptation, slight variations in their cosmic alignment, subtle shifts in their metaphysical nature. Lo, in the realm newly illuminated by the flame, the lords grew in power and purpose. Their souls, claimed from the first flame itself, were not merely possessions, but constitutive elements, not simply tools they wielded, but essential aspects of their being. Each soul resonated with a different primordial principle introduced by the flame: light, death, life, dark. Each lord embodied this principle, not merely through conscious choice, but through fundamental alignment, their very nature becoming one with the cosmic force they had claimed. With their souls, they began to shape the world around them, to impose their will upon formerly malleable reality. This was not mere physical construction, not simply building structures or altering landscapes, but metaphysical creation. They did not merely change what existed, but defined what could exist, establishing the parameters of possibility itself, setting the boundaries of potential reality, determining the rules by which existence would operate. The gray uniformity that had characterized the ancient age gave way to a kaleidoscope of variation. Regions defined by light, by death, by life, by dark, where once all places had been identical. Perfect sameness stretched across infinite space. Now each location developed its own character, its own nature, its own essential quality. The very concept of place, as distinct from other places, emerged for the first time. The possibility of here being different from there, of center being distinct from periphery, of domain being separate from beyond. The formless began to take form, not merely through physical shaping, but through metaphysical definition. Vague potential crystallized into specific actuality, amorphous possibility solidified into concrete reality. What had been uniform gray mist, perfect in its lack of distinction, now differentiated into countless substances, countless energies, countless states. Matter itself, once an undifferentiated continuum, now separated into elements, into materials, into substances, each with its own properties, its own behaviors, its own essential nature. The undifferentiated began to distinguish itself, not merely through external categorization, but through internal transformation. What had been perfect sameness now developed variation, not just between entities but within them, complexity emerging where once there had been only simplicity, structure arising where once there had been only uniformity, pattern manifesting where once there had been only sameness. The very concept of parts, as distinct from whole, entered reality, the possibility of internal composition, of constituent elements, of hierarchical organization. The potential began to actualize, not merely through present manifestation, but through temporal development. What had been eternal stasis now expressed itself through sequential stages, through processes that had beginning, middle, and end, through transformations that occurred over time rather than in eternal simultaneity, through developments that required duration rather than instantaneous existence. The very concept of becoming as distinct from being emerged, the possibility of change over time, of progression from one state to another, of evolution from what is to what might be. Gwyn, bearer of the light soul, established a first true domain. This was not merely territory claimed, but reality defined, not simply space occupied, but cosmos ordered. His influence did not spread through conquest, which requires opposition, nor through expansion, which demands pre-existing boundaries, but through fundamental illumination, reality itself, becoming visible, becoming distinct, becoming structured under the radiance of his soul. His realm was one of radiance in order, where hierarchies formed naturally, and structures arose from formerly amorphous reality. The light he commanded was not merely illumination in the physical sense, not simply electromagnetic radiation making objects visible, but revelation in the metaphysical sense. It disclosed not merely the surfaces of things, but their essential natures, revealed not just their outward appearances, but their fundamental qualities, exposed not only their physical presence, but their cosmic significance. This light was organization given form, rays that distinguished, categorized, ranked, where it touched the formless gray mist of the ancient age. That mist did not merely become visible, but became organized, separating into regions of greater and lesser density, dividing into areas of higher and lower position, differentiating into zones of central and peripheral importance. The uniform sameness that had characterized the age of ancients could not persist under this ordering illumination, its perfect equality giving way to cosmic hierarchy, its absolute uniformity yielding to metaphysical classification. Under his brilliance, the first concepts of above and below, central and peripheral, primary and secondary came into being. These were not merely spatial relationships, but value distinctions, not simply physical positions, but metaphysical rankings. Above became associated not just with higher elevation, but with greater importance, with increased power, with enhanced status. Central came to signify not merely geometric position, but essential significance, fundamental importance, primary value. Primary designated not just sequential order, but hierarchical rank, the establishment of priority, of precedence, of preeminence. Where his light touched, definition followed, clear boundaries where once there had been only vague transitions, sharp distinctions where once there had been only gradual shifts. The perfect continuity of the ancient age gave way to cosmic categorization, reality itself dividing into distinct regions, separate domains, differentiated zones. Where once all had been merely gray, now some areas were bright and others dim, some regions golden and others pale, some domains radiant and others shadowed. Around him gathered the first followers, beings drawn to his light, not through choice, which was still emerging as concept, but through affinity, through resonance with the principle he embodied. These were not conscious decisions to serve or worship, not deliberate alignments with his cause or purpose, but fundamental attractions, entities naturally organizing around the cosmic principle that matched their essential nature. Those with internal resonance to light found themselves naturally orienting toward his radiance, naturally structuring themselves according to his illumination, naturally defining themselves through his revelation. These were not yet gods, as later ages would know them, but proto-divine beings, hollow ones, touched by light and transformed by its power. The empty vessels that had wandered aimlessly through the grey mist of the ancient age, now filled with purpose, with direction, with meaning. The light soul's power did not merely illuminate them externally, but transformed them internally, not simply making them visible, but making them significant, not just revealing their forms, but reshaping their essence. They took forms that reflected aspects of Gwyn's radiance, each embodying a different quality of light, a different expression of illumination, a different manifestation of order. Their previously amorphous bodies crystallized into distinct shapes, not random configurations, but meaningful forms, not arbitrary structures, but purposeful designs. The perfect sameness that had characterized the Hollow Ones gave way to cosmic specialization, each entity developing a unique appearance, a particular function, a specific role. Some became warriors of sunlight, their bodies tall and powerful, their forms radiating strength and authority. The light they embodied was not soft illumination, but piercing revelation, the forceful disclosure that overcomes resistance, the powerful radiance that vanquishes darkness. Their weapons were not merely physical implements, but metaphysical extensions, spears of concentrated light, swords of distilled radiance, armor of solidified brilliance. Others became keepers of time, their forms precise and measured, their movements regular and predictable. The light they embodied was not chaotic brilliance, but ordered illumination, the steady progression that marks duration, the regular alternation that defines cycle. Their instruments were not simply mechanical devices, but cosmic tools, sundials that did not merely measure time, but helped establish it, calendars that did not simply track cycles, but helped create them, hourglasses that did not merely observe duration, but helped define it. Still others became bearers of covenant, their shapes solemn and ceremonial, their presence imposing and authoritative. The light they embodied was not merely physical brightness, but metaphysical binding, the illumination that reveals obligation, the radiance that discloses commitment, the brilliance that exposes responsibility. Their implements were not simply ritual objects, but cosmic connectors, emblems that did not merely symbolize agreements but helped establish them, tokens that did not simply represent bonds but helped create them, sigils that did not simply signify pacts but helped enforce them. Together they formed the first society, the first hierarchy, the first kingdom, though such terms only approximated the cosmic reality they represented. This was not merely social organization in the conventional sense, not simply cooperation for mutual benefit, not just coordination for common purpose, but metaphysical alignment. They existed in harmonious relation, not through conscious collaboration, but through fundamental resonance, their essential natures naturally coordinating, naturally synchronizing, naturally harmonizing. Their hierarchy was not imposed structure, but emergent order, patterns of authority and subordination arising naturally from their varying resonances with the principle of light. Those who embodied more direct, more intense, more fundamental expressions of radiance naturally occupied higher positions. Those whose connection to light was more derived, more specialized, more peripheral naturally assumed lower stations. This was not oppression or domination, but cosmic appropriateness, each entity finding its natural place in relation to the organizing principle of light. Their kingdom was not bounded territory, but defined reality, not space claimed against competing powers, but existence organized around central principle. Its borders were not physical boundaries but gradients of influence, regions where the ordering power of light gradually gave way to other cosmic forces, areas where the structured reality of Gwyn's domain slowly transitioned to differently organized existences. Within this domain, reality itself operated according to different principles than in other regions. Time flowed more regularly, space arranged itself more hierarchically, matter organized itself more systematically. Nito, bearer of the Death Soul, established his domain deep beneath the earth, in caverns untouched by Gwyn's light. His realm was one of cessation and transition, where endings were not tragedies but completions, not losses but transformations. The death he administered was not cruel, but necessary, not punishment but passage, not destruction but change of state. Under his guidance, the concept of cycle first entered the world, the understanding that things need not merely exist eternally, but might exist for a duration, conclude and give way to what follows. Around him gathered the first servants of death, beings not yet dead, as later ages would understand death, but entities that embodied the principle of conclusion. These were not grim or mournful figures, but solemn administrators of cosmic necessity. Some took forms reminiscent of Nito's skeletal composition. Others manifested as mists or shadows or voids. Together they established the first processes of transition, the first protocols of passage, the first ceremonies of completion, rituals that would later evolve into funerals, memorials, commemorations. The Witch of Izalith, bearer of the life soul, established her domain in the molten depths where the flame's heat was most concentrated. Her realm was one of creation and variation, where new forms constantly emerged from formlessness, where potential continuously actualized into being. The life she commanded was not merely biological existence, but fundamental generativity, the cosmic principle of bringing forth, of manifestation, of becoming. Under her influence, the first truly living beings emerged, creatures not merely existing but growing, developing, reproducing. Around her gathered her daughters, the first family, the first lineage, the first expression of biological connection. These were not merely offspring, as later ages would understand reproduction, but extensions of the witch herself, fragments of her being given independent existence, aspects of her nature granted autonomous form. Together they developed the first practices of nurturing, the first processes of cultivation, the first principles of growth activities that would later evolve into agriculture, education, medicine. The furtive Pygmy, bearer of the dark soul, established no visible domain, claimed no obvious territory, gathered no apparent followers. This was not failure, but strategy, not weakness, but foresight, not insignificance, but profound understanding of the dark soul's unique nature. Unlike the other lords, who expressed their power through immediate manifestation, the Pygmy chose the path of potential, of power stored rather than spent, of influence latent rather than patent, of effect deferred rather than immediate. The dark soul was divided into countless fragments, humanity, each containing the full potential of the original, like a flame that can ignite other flames without itself diminishing. These fragments were distributed among the hollow ones who resonated with darkness, not the darkness of evil, which had not yet entered the world, but the darkness of depth, of interiority, of selfhood, These became the first human beings defined not by external radiance like Gwyn's followers, not by cessation like Nito's servants, not by generativity like the witch's daughters, but by internal potential, by imminent possibility, by essential depth. As the lords established their domains and gathered their followers, they became aware of the dragons soaring above, ancient beings whose unchanging nature now stood in contrast to the transformed world below. The dragons had not opposed the changes brought by the flame, had not resisted the emergence of the lords, had not interfered with the establishment of their domains, but neither had they participated, adapted, evolved. They remained as they had always been, immortal, immutable, eternal. This unchanging nature, once perfectly aligned with a changeless reality, now represented a contradiction, a remnant of the ancient age persisting into the age of fire. In a world now defined by change, their changelessness became almost offensive, a denial of the new cosmic principles introduced by the flame, or refusal of the disparity that now characterized existence. The dragons did not actively resist the new order. They simply continued to embody the old one, and in a reality now defined by conflict, such embodiment constituted a kind of passive opposition. Perhaps the conflict that followed was inevitable. The necessary resolution of contradiction between stasis and change, between ancient age and age of fire, between eternal sameness and newfound disparity. Perhaps it was chosen, the first true exercise of will in a world where will had only recently emerged as possibility. Perhaps it was some combination of cosmic necessity and novel choice, the point at which inevitability and freedom first intersected in the newly complex reality. Whatever its ultimate cause, the war against the dragons began not as a reaction to aggression, but as an assertion of the new order, not as defense against attack, but as offense against contradiction. The lords looked upon the dragons, not with personal enmity, but with cosmic incompatibility, not with hatred, but with the recognition that their continued existence represented a fundamental denial of the flame's transformative power. Gwyn was the first to propose conflict. His light soul, with its principles of distinction and hierarchy, found the dragon's unchanging nature most directly contradictory to its essence. In a world now organized by degrees of brilliance, their gray uniformity represented a rejection of the very concept of gradation. In a reality now structured by ranks of radiance, their undifferentiated existence constituted a repudiation of the very idea of order. The newly formed gods gathered in what would later be remembered as the First Council, though council implies more formality than this primordial meeting possessed. They convened not in a chamber, but in a space defined by their collective presence, not around a table, but within a field of mutual awareness, not according to procedure, but through resonant intention. There, the question of the dragons was raised not in words, which was still developing as concept, but in shared recognition of cosmic contradiction. Gwyn spoke not with language, as later beings would understand it, but with radiant intent that conveyed meaning directly. He proposed war, not out of aggression, but out of necessity, not to destroy the dragons out of malice, but to resolve the contradiction their existence represented. His argument was not persuasive in the rhetorical sense, but compelling in the cosmic sense, an alignment of intention with the fundamental principles introduced by the flame. Nito concurred from his perspective of cessation and transition. The dragon's immortality contradicted the cycle his death soul embodied. Their endless existence denied the very concept of conclusion that gave his power meaning. In a world now defined by beginnings and endings, their eternal continuity represented a fundamental rejection of temporality itself. Their immunity to death was not merely a personal affront, but a cosmic one, a denial of the necessity of transition that the Death Soul had introduced to reality. The Witch of Izalith contributed her perspective of creation and variation. The dragon's immutability contradicted the generative principle her life soul embodied. Their unchanging forms denied the very concept of growth that gave her power expression. In a world now characterized by development and evolution, their static existence represented a fundamental rejection of potentiality itself. Their inability to adapt was not merely a limitation, but a repudiation, a denial of the essential creativity that the life soul had introduced to the cosmos. The furtive Pygmy offered no recorded opinion, whether from absence or silence or irrelevance. None can say. Perhaps the perspective of the dark soul was not valued in this first council. Perhaps its bearer chose not to participate. Perhaps its contribution was simply not preserved in the histories written by the victors. Whatever the reason, the chronicles of the Dragon War make little mention of the Pygmy's role, a silence that echoes the easily forgotten nature later ages would attribute to this enigmatic lord. With cosmic consensus reached, the lords prepared for war, not with factories of weapons or levies of troops, which were concepts yet to be developed, but with fundamental forces aligned toward a common purpose. This was not military conflict, as later ages would understand it, but metaphysical opposition reality itself, organizing to resolve a fundamental contradiction in its nature. The lords had to look beyond their own awesome powers, for their opponents' stone scales were impervious to the very power which would later be used to build civilizations, kingdoms, and empires. Truly, such immutability was a strength borne by these legendary creatures, but it was also a weakness that had been hidden from all that had come before. Gwyn and his fellow lords sought out the forces that would allow them to strike against these scales. In Nito, they found a powerful ally who was composed entirely of death, which was not and could not be resisted by these dragons, who themselves knew nothing of this novel force. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters harnessed fire magic in great gouts of chaos. The ancient dragons, who in their unchanging nature had never developed countermeasures against the scorching heat, found their scales blackened by a force which they had never known. But perhaps the most crucial turning point in the conflict came from an unexpected source. Among the dragons themselves, one broke ranks, an act of betrayal unprecedented in the ancient age, where concepts of loyalty and treachery had no meaning. See the scaleless born without the stone scales that granted his kin immortality, turned against his own kind, perhaps motivated by resentment of his inherent vulnerability, perhaps driven by ambition newly possible in a world of disparity, perhaps simply aligned with the cosmic principle of change by virtue of his imperfection. Seed revealed the secret weakness of dragonkind. The stone scales that rendered dragons immortal were not merely physical armor, but metaphysical constant, an expression of perfect immutability that allowed no change, including the change that is death. But this very immutability had a cosmic counterpart, a necessary balancing force in a world now defined by disparity: lightning, the energy of sudden change, of instantaneous transformation, of dramatic alteration. Lightning represented the perfect antithesis to the dragon's changeless nature. Armed with this knowledge, Gwyn and his knights developed weapons of lightning, spears of concentrated change that could penetrate the dragon's immutable scales, bolts of pure transformation that could introduce mortality to immortal beings. These were not merely electrical discharges, as physics would later define them, but cosmic principles given form, metaphysical opposites to the dragon's fundamental nature. The conflict that followed was less a battle and more a cosmic resolution, reality itself working to reconcile contradiction, existence itself evolving to accommodate change. The dragons, faced with forces they had never encountered, concepts they had never comprehended, principles they had never embodied, found themselves unable to adapt, their very nature preventing the flexibility that might have saved them. Gwyn's lightning spears tore through stone scales that had never known penetration, introducing vulnerability to beings that had never known weakness. Nito's miasma of death affected creatures that had never experienced cessation, bringing conclusion to existences that had never known ending. The witch's flames blackened and weakened scales that had never felt heat, creating fragility in structures that had never known brittleness. One by one, the dragons fell, not merely defeated, but fundamentally altered, not simply killed, but cosmically transformed. Their immutable bodies, unable to adapt to the new forces arrayed against them, could not withstand the power of disparity. Their stone scales, perfect expressions of the changeless ancient age, shattered under the impact of change itself. Their immortal existence, aligned with eternal sameness, concluded in a world now defined by beginnings and endings. Not all dragons perished in this cosmic resolution. Some fled to realms beyond the reach of the lords, hiding in dimensional pockets where the ancient age still held sway. Others underwent transformation, trading immortality for adaptation, surrendering changelessness for evolution. Still others made pacts with the new powers, accepting subordinate roles in the emerging cosmic hierarchy. But the absolute dominion they had known, less rule than simple existence in perfect harmony with reality, was forever ended. Were the dragons defeated, the lords claimed dominion over the transformed world. The Age of Ancients concluded not with a precise moment, but with a gradual transition, the final remnants of grey sameness, giving way to vibrant disparity, the last vestiges of perfect stasis, yielding to dynamic change. The Age of Fire had truly begun, and with it, the long and complex history that would eventually lead to the undead curse, the chosen undead, and the fateful choice to link or abandon the flame. But the seeds of that future crisis were already present in the Lord's victory, for in defeating the dragons, they had not merely removed competitors for dominion, but eliminated living embodiments of eternal continuity. In vanquishing the ancient age's perfect stasis, they had committed themselves irrevocably to change, including the changes that would eventually threaten their own power. In bringing mortality to immortal beings, they had acknowledged the principle that would eventually apply to themselves. The first flame continued to burn. The souls of the lords continued to empower them. The new cosmic principles continued to shape reality, but nothing in the Age of Fire possessed the perfect continuity that had characterized the Age of Ancients. Everything, even the flame itself, now existed in time rather than eternity, and time by its very nature brings endings as well as beginnings, conclusions as well as inaugurations, death as well as life. The lords now ruled a world defined by the very disparity they had championed against the sameness of the dragons. But disparity is not merely difference, it is also change, also cycle, also transition. The hierarchy they established, the domains they claimed, the powers they wielded, all existed now in the realm of temporality rather than eternity. All were subject to the fundamental principle of impermanence that defined the Age of Fire. This impermanence, this temporality, this submission to change, these were the hidden prices of victory, the unrecognized costs of dominion. In defeating beings who embodied eternal continuity, the lords had committed themselves to eventual decline. In vanquishing immortal creatures, they had acknowledged their own ultimate mortality. In celebrating the triumph of disparity, over sameness. They had accepted the inevitability of their own future fading, but that reckoning lay far ahead, beyond the immediate glory of victory, beyond the establishment of kingdoms and hierarchies, beyond the long golden age that would follow. For now, the lords stood triumphant, the dragons were defeated, and the age of fire had begun in earnest, bright with promise, rich with possibility, alive with the very change that had vanquished the changeless dragons. Chapter 4. Gwyn, Nito, the Witch of Izalith, and the Furtive Pygmy. With the dragons defeated, and the Age of Fire firmly established, the four lords who had claimed the great souls from the first flame now turned from conflict to creation, from war to establishment, from revolution to governance. This transition was not abrupt, but gradual, not a sudden shift, but a measured evolution, not an immediate change, but a progressive transformation. The very concept of transition itself was still relatively new to a reality that had only recently emerged from the perfect stasis of the ancient age. The war against the dragons had united the lords in common purpose, had aligned their powers toward shared objective, had synchronized their efforts toward mutual goal. But with victory achieved, with opposition vanquished, with resistance overcome, this unity began to differentiate, not fracturing into conflict, but specializing into distinct expressions, not dividing into opposition, but separating into complementary manifestations, not splintering into antagonism, but diversifying into cooperative variations. Each lord now expressed their nature more purely, more directly, more essentially, their cosmic principles no longer subordinated to the demands of conflict, their fundamental characteristics no longer adapted to the necessities of war, their basic qualities no longer modified by the exigencies of battle. In the peace that followed victory, they could now manifest their true natures without constraint, could now express their essential qualities without limitation, could now embody their fundamental principles without restriction. Each shaped the world according to their nature. Each established domains that reflected their essence. Each gathered followers who embodied aspects of their power. The perfect uniformity that had characterized the ancient age gave way not merely to basic disparity, but to complex differentiation, not simply to fundamental distinction, but to intricate variation, not just to primary division, but to elaborate specialization. Where the dragons had maintained a world of absolute sameness, the lords created a reality of infinite diversity, each contributing their unique principle to the emerging cosmos, each adding their particular quality to the developing existence, each incorporating their specific attribute into the unfolding reality. Together, but separate, united but distinct, cooperative but individual, they created the foundations of all civilizations that would follow, established the templates of all societies that would emerge, developed the patterns of all cultures that would arise. Their unique expressions of the first flame's power would echo through all subsequent ages, their influence extending far beyond their direct domains, their impact reaching well past their immediate followers, their legacy affecting generations yet unborn and races yet unevolved. Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, established his kingdom in Anolando, a realm of brilliant glory and perfect order. The very name contained cosmic significance, Anor deriving from ancient roots meaning sun or golden light, Lando originating from primordial language signifying high place or elevated realm. It was not merely descriptive, but definitive, not simply identifying a location, but establishing its essential nature, not just designating a place, but determining its fundamental character. Above the clouds, beyond the reach of darkness, beyond the touch of chaos,
His city of the gods rose in radiant splendor. Its elevation was not merely physical, but metaphysical. Not simply geographical height, but cosmic prominence. Not just spatial position, but essential superiority. Not merely material altitude, but fundamental preeminence. And Orlando stood above the world, not only in literal placement, but in metaphorical significance, a visible manifestation of the hierarchical principle that the light soul embodied, a tangible expression of the ordered structure that Gwyn's power established, a physical representation of the stratified reality that his authority created. Unlike the structures that would later be built by mortal hands, products of labor, of effort, of struggle, Orlando was not so much constructed as manifested reality itself, crystallizing into architectural perfection under the influence of the light soul. Its appearance was not the end result of a building process, but the natural expression of an ordering principle, not the conclusion of architectural development, but the direct manifestation of cosmic law, not the completion of structural evolution, but the immediate realization of metaphysical truth. The white stone that formed its structures was not quarried from mountains or hewn from cliffs, but generated from light itself, radiance solidified into substance, illumination crystallized into matter, brilliance transformed into material. This stone possessed qualities impossible in conventional materials, a perfect smoothness that reflected light without diminishing it, an absolute hardness that resisted change without becoming brittle, a complete homogeneity that maintained integrity without sacrificing complexity. Its soaring towers were not merely tall, but embodied the principle of ascension itself, the cosmic movement from lower to higher, from mundane to divine, from ordinary to sublime. Their vertical thrust was not simply architectural design, but metaphysical statement, not merely aesthetic choice, but cosmic declaration, not just structural form, but essential expression. They reached toward the heavens, not to approach something external, but to manifest something internal, the fundamental principle of hierarchy, of elevation, of transcendence that the light soul embodied. Their white stone gleamed with inner light, not merely reflecting the sun's radiance, but generating its own brilliance. This luminosity was not produced through combustion or phosphorescence, but through essential nature, not burning or chemical reaction, but fundamental quality, not energetic process, but basic characteristic. The stones of Orlando glowed as naturally as the sun shines, as inherently as fire burns, as essentially as water flows, their illumination an expression of their very substance, rather than an effect produced by external influence. The geometric precision of their arrangement was not simply aesthetically pleasing, but metaphysically significant, angles and proportions that expressed fundamental truths about reality itself. The positions of towers relative to each other, the distances between buildings, the heights of different structures, all followed cosmic principles rather than mere architectural conventions, all adhered to metaphysical laws rather than simple construction guidelines, all conformed to essential patterns rather than arbitrary designs. These geometric relationships were not based on practical considerations or artistic preferences, but on fundamental cosmic ratios, proportions that existed in the structure of reality itself, relationships that defined the very fabric of existence, patterns that determined the essential nature of being. The architects of Orlando, if such entities can be said to have existed separate from Gwyn's ordering will, did not create these relationships, but discovered them, did not invent these patterns, but revealed them, did not design these proportions, but recognized them. The boulevards and avenues that connected different structures
were not merely thoroughfares, but expressions of relationship, not simply paths for travel, but manifestations of connection, not just routes for movement, but embodiments of association. The perfectly straight lines and precise curves did not just facilitate efficient travel, but established cosmic order, demonstrating the principle of direct relationship, of unmediated connection, of perfect association that characterized Gwyn's hierarchical realm. The plazas and courtyards that punctuated the city were not merely open spaces, but expressions of centrality, not simply gathering places, but manifestations of convergence, not just empty areas, but embodiments of focus. Their perfect circular forms and precise square shapes did not just create aesthetically pleasing voids, but established cosmic significance, demonstrating the principle of meaningful emptiness, of purposeful openness, of intentional space that characterized Gwyn's ordered domain. The Grand Cathedral at the heart of Anne Orlando was not merely a place of worship, but a cosmic nexus, a point where the principle of light expressed itself most purely, most perfectly, most potently. It stood taller than all other structures, more centrally positioned than all other buildings, more elaborately designed than all other edifices, not through arbitrary decision, but through cosmic necessity, not by conventional planning, but by metaphysical inevitability, not from artistic choice, but from essential requirement. Its vast chambers did not simply house rituals, but amplified them, transforming simple ceremonies into cosmic events, converting basic observances into metaphysical occurrences, elevating ordinary practices into essential expressions. The very proportions of these spaces, their heights relative to their widths, their lengths relative to their heights, their volumes relative to their heights, their volumes relative to their surfaces, followed principles not of human comfort or aesthetic preference, but of metaphysical resonance and cosmic harmony. Its soaring ceilings did not merely impress visitors, but elevated them, not simply creating awe through physical scale, but inducing transcendence through metaphysical influence. The height of these spaces did not just dwarf human observers, but transformed them, altering their perception, not merely of physical relationships, but of cosmic significance, changing their understanding, not just of architectural scale, but of existential meaning, modifying their awareness, not simply of spatial dimensions, but of metaphysical reality. Its massive doors did not simply control access, but transformed those who passed through them, not merely regulating physical entry, but facilitating metaphysical transition. To cross these thresholds was not simply to move from exterior to interior, but to transition from one state of being to another, not just to enter a building, but to penetrate a different layer of reality, not merely to access a structure, but to enter a distinct plane of existence, not simply to visit a location, but to experience a separate dimension of cosmos. Within its walls, reality itself operated differently. Time flowed more perfectly. Space arranged itself more harmoniously. Matter behaved more ideally. The laws of physics did not apply differently through supernatural exception, but expressed themselves more purely through metaphysical intensity, not contradicting fundamental principles, but manifesting them more directly, not violating basic rules, but embodying them more essentially, not overriding cosmic laws, but revealing them more fundamentally. The light that filled these spaces was not merely illumination, but substance, not simply brightness that revealed objects, but essence that constituted reality, not just radiance that exposed surfaces, but principle that established existence, not merely luminosity that disclosed appearances, but force that determined being. This light did not cast shadows as an incidental effect, but created them as a necessary complement, establishing not merely visual contrast, but metaphysical distinction, generating not simply optical variation, but essential differentiation, producing not just perceptual diversity but fundamental disparity. From his throne in this cathedral, Gwyn administered not merely a kingdom, but a cosmic principle. His seat was not simply a chair of authority, but a nexus of cosmic power, not merely a symbol of leadership, but a conduit of fundamental force, not just an emblem of rule, but a channel of essential energy. It stood atop a dais of ascending steps, not merely elevating him physically, but expressing his position metaphysically, not simply raising him spatially, but establishing his station cosmically, not just lifting him vertically, but affirming his status fundamentally. The throne itself was fashioned not from mere precious metals or rare materials, but from solidified light, radiance given tangible form, illumination rendered physical presence, brilliance transformed into tactile substance. It glowed within a fire that did not consume or diminish, but eternally sustained and perpetually renewed, an expression of the endless, yet fluctuating nature of the first flame, from which Gwyn's soul had emerged. His rule was not arbitrary authority, but natural expression, the manifestation of light's organizing power, the embodiment of radiance's structuring influence. When Gwyn issued edicts, they were not merely commands to be obeyed, but revelations to be recognized, not simply instructions to be followed, but truths to be acknowledged, not just directions to be executed, but realities to be accepted. His will did not impose order upon chaos, but revealed the order inherent within apparent disorder, not creating structure where none existed, but disclosing the structure that underlay all existence. The laws he established were not merely social conventions, but reflections of metaphysical truth, not rules imposed on reality, but reality's own internal logic. Made manifest, they did not constrain natural behavior, but expressed it, not limiting inherent tendencies, but revealing them, not restricting intrinsic patterns, but disclosing them, not confining essential nature, but demonstrating it. In Gwyn's realm, to obey was not to submit to external authority, but to align with internal truth, not to surrender to imposed will, but to harmonize with fundamental reality. His decisions were not arbitrary judgments, but cosmic alignments, not choices between equally valid alternatives, but recognitions of metaphysically appropriate arrangements, not selections among equally possible options, but acknowledgements of essentially correct configurations, not determinations between equally viable possibilities, but affirmations of fundamentally proper orders. When Gwyn ruled, he did not merely decide, but discerned, not simply choose, but recognize, not just select, but perceive. Around Gwyn gathered his children, each embodying a different aspect of his solar power. They were not merely offspring in the biological sense, but extensions in the metaphysical sense, not simply descendants produced through conventional reproduction, but aspects of Gwyn himself given independent existence, not just heirs generated through physical processes, but qualities of his essence provided separate being, not merely successors created through normal generation, but attributes of his nature afforded distinct manifestation. Their relationship to him was not merely familial, but essential, not simply the connection between parent and child, but the association between source and emanation, not just the bond between progenitor and progeny, but the link between origin and expression, not merely the tie between ancestor and descendant, but the connection between principle and manifestation. They did not merely inherit his characteristics, but embodied them, not simply receiving qualities through genetic transmission, but expressing aspects through essential participation. His firstborn son, the god of war, manifested the forceful, penetrating quality of sunlight, the radiance that overcomes resistance, the brilliance that vanquishes darkness, the illumination that exposes what would remain hidden, where Gwyn himself embodied the ordering, structuring aspect of light. His firstborn expressed its assertive, dominating characteristic, not the illumination that reveals, but the radiance that conquers, not the brightness that discloses, but the brilliance that overcomes, not the light that shows, but the radiance that subjugates. His physical form was magnificent and terrible to behold, taller than the mightiest warriors, more powerful than the strongest champions, more imposing than the greatest heroes. His armor was not crafted but manifested, not forged of metal, but crystallized from light itself, not hammered into shape, but condensed from radiance itself, not fashioned by tools but solidified from brilliance itself. It gleamed with a silver-gold luminosity that was not merely reflective, but generative, not simply returning light that fell upon it, but producing light from within itself. His power expressed itself through lightning, concentrated change, instantaneous transformation, dramatic alteration. This was not merely electrical discharge as physics would later define it, but metaphysical principle as cosmic reality expressed it, not simply high-voltage current, but fundamental force, not just atmospheric phenomenon, but essential power, not merely natural occurrence, but primal energy. The lightning he commanded was the perfect antithesis to the dragon's changeless nature, the instantaneous transformation that countered eternal stasis, the sudden alteration that opposed perpetual sameness, the dramatic change that contradicted everlasting uniformity. The spears he wielded were not merely weapons, but cosmic principles given form, metaphysical disruptions that could penetrate even the immutable scales of dragons. They were forged not in physical fire, but in conceptual understanding, not hammered into shape by muscular effort, but concentrated into form by metaphysical comprehension, not beaten into design by repeated blows, but focused into pattern by essential recognition, not shaped by material process, but realized by fundamental discernment. Their points were not simply sharp, but essentially penetrating, not merely capable of piercing physical substance, but fundamentally able to transfix metaphysical constancy. When thrown, these spears did not simply travel through air, but tore through reality itself, not merely traversing physical space, but penetrating metaphysical resistance, not just covering geometric distance, but transcending cosmic obstruction, not merely moving from one location to another, but transitioning from one state of reality to another. They struck not just with physical force, but with conceptual impact, not simply delivering kinetic energy, but imparting fundamental change, not just transferring momentum, but imposing metaphysical transformation, not merely causing material damage, but inducing essential alteration. Around the firstborn gathered the Knights of Gwyn, warriors, who embodied aspects of his martial power, just as he embodied aspects of his father's solar authority. These were not merely soldiers in the conventional sense, but cosmic enforcers in the metaphysical sense, not simply fighters who engaged in physical combat, but agents who imposed fundamental order, not just warriors who participated in material conflict, but emissaries who implemented essential structure, not merely champions who conducted bodily battle, but representatives who established metaphysical arrangement. Some became dragon slayers, specializing in the ultimate transformation of immutable beings into mutable non-existence. Their armor was brass and iron metals that conducted the lightning they channeled, substances that amplified the transformative power they wielded, materials that enhanced the disruptive force they commanded. The spears they carried were miniature versions of their lord's weapons, smaller in scale but identical in essence, reduced in size but equivalent in nature. diminished in magnitude but equal in substance. Others became silver knights, generalizing in the maintenance of order against all forms of chaos and resistance. Their armor was pure silver, a metal that reflected light perfectly, a substance that embodied luminous purity, a material that expressed radiant clarity. The swords and shields they carried were perfect expressions of structured conflict, weapons designed not merely to harm opponents, but to impose order upon them, not simply to defeat enemies, but to integrate them into cosmic structure, not just to vanquish adversaries, but to incorporate them into metaphysical hierarchy. His daughter Gwyn, Princess of Sunlight, embodied the nurturing, sustaining aspect of solar power, the warmth that encourages growth, the light that enables flourishing, the radiance that supports life, where Gwyn himself represented the ordering, structuring quality of light, and his firstborn expressed its forceful, penetrating characteristic. Gwyn manifested its nurturing, sustaining attribute, not the illumination that organizes or the radiance that conquers, but the warmth that nourishes. Her physical form was magnificent, but in a different mode than her brother's terrible grandeur, not inspiring awe through martial power, but inducing reverence through nurturing abundance, not generating fear through forceful might, but creating comfort through sustaining presence, not producing dread through conquering strength, but fostering security through supportive influence. Where her brother was all sharp angles and rigid lines, Gwyn was curved contours and flowing forms, not from aesthetic preference, but from essential nature, not through artistic choice, but from fundamental character. Her radiance did not pierce or dominate, but enveloped and nurtured, not striking with brilliant intensity, but surrounding with gentle warmth, not penetrating with focused power, but encompassing with diffuse energy, not overwhelming with concentrated force, but supporting with distributed influence. The light she embodied did not cast harsh shadows that sharply defined boundaries, but created soft gradients that gently established transitions, not rigidly separating categories, but flexibly connecting them, not absolutely distinguishing classifications, but relatively relating them. Her domain was not conflict, but harmony, not conquest, but cultivation, not victory, but prosperity. She concerned herself not with vanquishing opposition, but with reconciling differences, not with defeating enemies, but with integrating diversities, not with overcoming resistance, but with incorporating variations. The power she wielded was not the ability to destroy or dominate, but the capacity to unite and nurture, not forcing disparate elements into artificial uniformity, but helping them discover their natural complementarity. Under her influence, the first gardens appeared in Anolunda, spaces that at first glance might seem mere decorative features, but actually served as metaphysical laboratories. These were not merely collections of plants, but expressions of cooperative existence, living demonstrations of how different entities could thrive together rather than merely survive separately, vital exhibitions of how diverse organisms could flourish together rather than simply persist individually, growing displays of how varied beings could prosper together rather than merely endure independently. His youngest son, Gwendolyn, the Dark Sun, manifested the hidden, indirect quality of solar influence, the light that creates shadows, the radiance that defines darkness, the illumination that establishes boundaries. Born under the influence of moonlight rather than direct sun, his power expressed itself through illusion, not falsehood but alternative truth, not deception but different perspective, not lie but variant reality. Unlike his siblings who operated in the open brilliance of day, Gwyndolin's domain was twilight, the liminal space between light and dark, the transitional period between illumination and shadow. Beyond his immediate family, Gwyn's court included a pantheon of lesser divinities, each administering a different aspect of the cosmic principle of light. There were gods of war and hunt, of harvest and hearth, of forge and festival, of earth and oracle. Each had their own domain, their own followers, their own specific expression of the light soul's power. Together, they formed a complex hierarchy, not merely a political structure, but a metaphysical architecture, a cosmic organization that reflected the fundamental nature of reality itself. Under Gwyn's rule, the concept of time itself gained definition. Regularity, direction, what had been amorphous duration in the Age of Ancients, now became ordered succession, day following night, following day, in perfect rhythm, seasons yielding to seasons in predictable sequence, years accumulating into history, in structured progression. This was not merely the measurement of passing moments, but the establishment of temporal meaning, the designation of appropriate times for different activities, the distinction between sacred and ordinary durations, the recognition of significant periods within the flow of existence. Throughout his realm, light did not merely illuminate, but organized, establishing hierarchies of visibility and prominence, determining patterns of activity and rest, defining cycles of prominence and recession. The sun's daily journey across the sky was not merely a physical phenomenon, but a cosmic principle, a fundamental structure around which all other processes oriented themselves, a basic pattern to which all other rhythms synchronized, a primary cycle with which all other sequences aligned. Far from Annual Londo's brilliant heights, deep beneath the earth where Gwyn's sunlight never reached, Nito, first of the dead, established his own domain. The Tomb of the Giants was not merely a burial ground, but a cosmic zone, a region where the principle of cessation expressed itself most purely, most directly, most potently. Unlike the towering structures of Annual Londo that reached toward the sky, Nito's realm extended downward into the earth, not rising toward brilliance, but descending toward conclusion. The vast catacombs and winding caverns of his domain were not constructions, in the conventional sense, but manifestations, reality itself, expressing the principle of ending, of closure, of transition. The stone that formed these spaces was not merely physical material, but metaphysical substance, rock impregnated with the essence of finality, mineral infused with the quality of conclusion, earth saturated with the nature of cessation. The darkness that pervaded these depths was not merely the absence of light, but the presence of completion, not empty void, but full significance, not deprivation of illumination, but expression of culmination. This was not the darkness of evil or malevolence, which had not yet entered the world as concepts, but the darkness of rest after activity, of silence after sound, of stillness after motion, the necessary counterpart to the light of beginning, the noise of process, the movement of development. From his throne of skulls and bones, Nito administered not a kingdom of subjects, but a destination for all existence. His rule was not governance in the political sense, but administration in the metaphysical sense, the management of transition, the oversight of conclusion, the stewardship of finality. All things that began would eventually enter his domain. All processes that started would ultimately come under his authority. All developments that initiated would finally fall within his purview. Around Nito gathered not courtiers or citizens, but servants, beings who assisted in the administration of cessation, who facilitated the process of conclusion, who supported the function of finality. These were not individuals in the conventional sense, but aspects of ending given form, embodiments of different types of cessation, manifestations of various kinds of conclusion, expressions of diverse forms of closure. Some took the form of skeletal gravekeepers, their bodies composed of bones not from deceased creatures, but from the concept of structure after animation. They tended not merely to physical remains, but to metaphysical transitions, ensuring that endings were complete, that conclusions were proper, that closures were appropriate. The tools they wielded were not simply implements but cosmic instruments, shovels that did not merely move earth, but established boundaries between states of being, lanterns that did not simply provide illumination, but guided transitions between modes of existence. Others manifested as ceremonial undertakers, their form solemn and ritualistic. They administered not merely funeral procedures, but transitional processes, ensuring that passages from one state to another were properly observed, that transformations from one mode to another were correctly conducted, that evolutions from one condition to another were suitably facilitated. The garments they wore were not simply clothing, but official vestments, robes that did not merely cover, but designated, hoods that did not simply conceal, but signified, masks that did not simply hide, but represented. Still others appeared as judges of passing, their aspects austere and valuative. They assessed not merely the quality of lives, but the nature of conclusions, determining whether endings aligned with beginnings, whether outcomes matched potentials, whether closures suited openings. The scales they held were not simply measuring devices, but cosmic balances, instruments that did not merely weigh physical mass, but evaluated metaphysical significance, that did not simply compare material substance, but judged essential value, that did not simply contrast tangible matter, but balanced fundamental meaning. Throughout his realm, death did not merely end, but completed, providing not termination, but conclusion, offering not destruction, but resolution, presenting not elimination, but fulfillment. The cessation administered by Nito and his servants was not absence of existence, but transformation of it, not negation of being, but transition of it, not erasure of significance, but culmination of it. Unlike the precisely ordered domain of Gwyn or the solemnly structured realm of Nito, the domain of the Witch of Izalith was characterized by vibrant creativity and constant generation. Her realm was not established in the unchanging heights of Anno Lundo, nor in the solemn depths of the tomb of the giants, but in the dynamic heart of the world, the place where the first flame's heat was most concentrated, where creative energy was most potent, where generative force was most powerful. This region would later be known as Lost Izalith, but in the early age of fire, it was simply Izalith, a realm of perpetual creation, of constant manifestation, of endless variation. Unlike the architectural perfection of Anno Lundo, or the solemn caverns of Nito's tomb, Izalith was characterized by organic forms, structures that were not built but grown, edifices that were not constructed but cultivated, monuments that were not erected but nurtured. The buildings that constituted this domain were not designed according to geometric principles, but developed according to biological ones, branching, extending, evolving, like living organisms rather than static structures. Their forms incorporated spirals and curves, tendrils and branches, whorls and coils, patterns found in natural growth rather than artificial construction. They did not simply house activities but participated in them, not merely containing life, but expressing it, not simply sheltering creation, but embodying it. From her sanctum at the heart of this living city, the witch administered not a kingdom, but a nursery, not a realm of subjects, but a garden of creations, not a domain of citizens, but a laboratory of manifestations. Her authority was not rule in the conventional sense, but nurture in the metaphysical sense, the encouragement of potential, the facilitation of development, the support of evolution. Under her influence, new forms constantly emerged from formlessness, new patterns continuously developed from chaos, new structures regularly arose from potentiality, around the witch gathered her daughters, not merely offspring in the biological sense, but extensions in the metaphysical sense. They were not simply children produced through conventional reproduction, but aspects of the witch herself, given independent existence, facets of her nature, granted autonomous form, elements of her essence, provided separate being, qualities of her character, afforded distinct manifestation. Each daughter embodied a different aspect of the life soul's creative power. Some focused on the generation of living forms, creating new species, developing novel organisms, manifesting unique creatures. Others specialized in the cultivation of growing things, nurturing plants, tending fungi, fostering lichens. Still others concentrated on the establishment of symbiotic relationships, facilitating cooperative existence between different entities, encouraging mutualistic interactions among diverse beings, supporting commensalistic associations across varied forms. Together, the witch and her daughters developed the first practices of nurturing, activities not merely practical, but cosmic, procedures not simply empirical, but metaphysical, techniques not just physical, but essential. These were not merely methods for supporting existing life, but principles for generating new existence, not simply approaches for maintaining what had developed, but systems for manifesting what had not yet emerged, not just strategies for preserving what had evolved, but frameworks for creating what remained potential. They established the first processes of cultivation, not merely horticultural techniques, but metaphysical procedures. The gardens they tended were not simply collections of plants, but laboratories of generation, places where new forms constantly emerged, where novel variations regularly appeared, where unique developments continuously manifested. The seeds they planted were not merely reproductive structures, but potentialities given form, possibilities made tangible, potentials rendered substantial, prospects transformed into actualities. They articulated the first principles of growth, not merely biological concepts, but cosmic fundamentals. The development they encouraged was not simply physical expansion, but essential actualization. Not merely increase in size, but fulfillment of potential. Not just extension in space, but realization of possibility. Not merely enlargement of form, but manifestation of nature. Throughout her realm, life did not merely exist, but flourished. Not simply persisting, but developing. Not just surviving, but evolving. Not merely continuing, but transforming. The generative power administered by the witch and her daughters was not stasis, but dynamism. Not preservation of form, but adaptation of it. Not maintenance of pattern, but variation of it. Not conservation of structure, but evolution of it. Unlike the brilliantly visible domain of Gwyn, the solemnly manifest realm of Nito, or the vibrantly apparent kingdom of the witch, the domain of the furtive Pygmy remained hidden, not established in soaring heights or plunging depths, or central regions, but dispersed throughout the emerging world, in fragments, in pieces, in shards. This was not failure, but strategy, not weakness, but foresight, not insignificance, but profound understanding of the dark soul's unique nature. The Pygmy established no visible kingdom, claimed no obvious territory, gathered no apparent followers. This was not inability, but deliberate choice, not incapacity, but insight, not limitations, but wisdom. Unlike the other lords who expressed their power through immediate manifestation, the Pygmy chose the path of potential, of power stored rather than spent, of influence latent rather than patent, of effect deferred rather than immediate. The dark soul was divided into countless fragments, humanity, each containing the full potential of the original, like a flame that can ignite other flames without itself diminishing. This division was not diminishment, but multiplication, not reduction of power, but expansion of it, not lessening of influence, but extension of it, not weakening of effect, but amplification of it. Where the light soul remained concentrated in Gwyn and his lineage, where the death soul stayed centered in Nito and his servants, where the life soul continued focused in the witch and her daughters, the dark soul dispersed itself throughout emerging existence, becoming not a singular force, but a distributed one, not a concentrated power, but a pervasive one, not a centralized authority, but a universal potential. These fragments were distributed among the hollow ones, who resonated with darkness, not the darkness of evil, which had not yet entered the world, but the darkness of depth, of interiority, of selfhood. These became the first humans beings, defined not by external radiance like Gwyn's followers, not by cessation like Nito's servants, not by generativity like the witch's daughters, but by internal potential, by immanent possibility, by essential depth. Unlike the gods who served Gwyn, who manifested light externally and visibly, humans contained darkness internally and invisibly. Unlike the servants of Nito, who embodied cessation directly and apparently, humans harbored continuance indirectly and latently. Unlike the creations of the witch, who expressed generation immediately and evidently, humans possessed potential immediately and obscurely. Their power was not displayed, but reserved, not exhibited, but contained, not demonstrated, but preserved. The humanity they carried was not merely spiritual essence, but metaphysical potential, not simply animating force, but transformative capability, not just vitalizing energy, but evolutionary capacity, not merely invigorating power, but revolutionary possibility. Within each fragment of the dark soul lay the seeds of change beyond anything the other lords could produce, not merely adaptation within established parameters, but transformation beyond existing frameworks, not simply variation within defined patterns, but evolution outside traditional boundaries, not just development within recognized structures, but revolution beyond conventional categories. This distributed power, this dispersed potential, this deferred effect would ultimately prove more enduring than the concentrated authorities of the other lords. For while light can be extinguished, while death can be transformed, while life can be corrupted, the darkness of depth, of interiority, of selfhood cannot be eliminated, only suppressed, only ignored, only forgotten. And what is suppressed eventually resurfaces. What is ignored eventually demands attention. What is forgotten eventually returns to memory. The furtive Pygmy strategy of dispersal, of distribution, of deferral, ensured that the power of the dark soul would outlast the concentrated authorities of the other lords, that humanity would endure beyond divinity, that depth would persist beyond radiance, that potential would survive beyond actuality. In being overlooked, in being disregarded, in being deemed insignificant, the Pygmy ensured the ultimate significance of his legacy, a cosmic irony that would only become apparent as the Age of Fire began its long, slow fading. As the four lords established their domains and gathered their followers, they created not merely geographical territories, but metaphysical regions, not simply physical locations, but cosmic zones, not just spatial areas, but essential domains. The world that emerged from their creative activity was not merely a planet with varied landscapes, but a reality with distinct principles, a cosmos where different fundamental forces operated in different areas, where various essential laws applied in various regions, where diverse metaphysical constants prevailed in separate zones. In an Orlando and its associated territories, the principle of light governed, establishing hierarchy, imposing order, creating structure. Reality itself operated according to radiative logic, things becoming visible, becoming distinct, becoming ranked under the influence of illumination. Time flowed with perfect regularity. Space arranged itself with geometric precision. Matter organized itself with crystalline exactitude. In the tomb of the giants and its connected caverns, the principle of cessation presided, administering endings, overseeing conclusions, managing transitions. Existence itself functioned according to terminative reasoning, processes reaching completion, developments achieving finality, evolutions attaining culmination under the influence of conclusion. Duration expressed itself as finite, extension manifested itself as bounded, substance presented itself as temporary. In Izalith and its surrounding regions, the principle of life dominated, generating forms, cultivating growth, supporting evolution. Being itself operated according to generative logic, potentials actualizing possibilities, manifesting prospects realizing under the influence of creation. Energy expressed itself as vitality. Matter presented itself as organism, structure manifested itself as living form, and throughout the emerging world, in scattered pockets and dispersed fragments, the principle of humanity existed, harboring depth, containing potential, preserving possibility. Reality itself maintained latent capacity, future developments remaining viable, coming transformations, staying feasible, eventual evolutions, continuing possible. Under the influence of preserved humanity, sameness retained the capacity for difference, stasis kept the capability for change, establishment maintained the potential for revolution. The interactions between these principles created the complex dynamics that would characterize the Age of Fire, the tensions between order and potential, between conclusion and generation, between structure and evolution, between manifestation and latency. From these cosmic frictions would emerge all the dramas of the coming age, the conflicts between gods and humans, the struggles between life and death, the battles between light and dark, the war between stasis and change. But for now, in this early period of the Age of Fire, these tensions remained mostly latent, potential frictions rather than actual conflicts, possible disagreements rather than manifest disputes, theoretical contradictions rather than practical oppositions. The lords remained focused on establishing their domains, on gathering their followers, on expressing their principles, creating the foundations of a world that would endure for ages to come, establishing the structures of a reality that would persist for eons to follow, developing the patterns of an existence that would continue for epochs to ensue. The first flame continued to burn at the heart of the world, its power neither diminishing nor increasing, but fluctuating in complex patterns, sometimes strengthening, sometimes weakening, sometimes stabilizing, but always persisting. It remained the source from which all other powers derived, the origin from which all other authorities stemmed, the foundation upon which all other structures built. The souls claimed by the lords remained connected to it, not independent forces, but derived energies, not autonomous powers, but extended influences, not separate authorities, but projected effects. As long as the flame burned strongly, the powers of the lords remained potent, their abilities undiminished, their authorities unchallenged, their influences uncontested. But the flame, like all fires, would not burn forever. It would eventually begin to fade, and with its fading would come a choice
a decision that would define the destiny of all existence, a selection that would determine the fate of all reality, an election that would shape the future of all being. But that reckoning lay far in the future. For now, the Age of Fire flourished in its early glory, the lords established in their domains, their followers gathered around them, their principles expressed through their creations. The dragons were defeated, the ancient age had ended, and a new cosmic order had begun, bright with promise, rich with possibility, alive with the very change that had vanquished the changeless dragons. Chapter 5: The Birth of Humanity and the Dark Soul. Of all the great souls claimed from the first flame, none would prove more consequential, more transformative, more enduring than the Dark Soul, where the Light Soul established order, where the Death Soul administered cessation, where the Life Soul generated creation. The Dark Soul harbored potential, quiet, patient, profound. It was not the most immediately powerful, not the most instantly impressive, not the most visibly influential, yet in its subtle depths lay a force that would ultimately outlast all others, a cosmic principle whose significance would only become fully apparent as ages passed and cycles turned. The metaphysical nature of the Dark Soul differed fundamentally from the other great souls, where the Light Soul was fundamentally expansive, constantly radiating outward, filling space with its influence, projecting its essence into surrounding reality. The Dark Soul was essentially contractive, drawing inward, creating depth through concentration, generating significance through density, where the Death Soul functioned through transition, moving beings from one state to another, transferring existence from one form to another, transforming substance from one configuration to another. The Dark Soul operated through containment, holding possibilities within itself, preserving potentials in its essence, maintaining capabilities in its substance. When the lords claimed their souls from the flame, the being who would become known as the Furtive Pygmy chose differently than the others. Gwyn seized the most brilliant soul, the one that shone with golden radiance. Nito claimed the soul that pulsed with the rhythm of cessation. The Witch of Izalith took the soul that vibrated with creative energy, but the Pygmy selected what appeared to be the most humble, the least spectacular, the most overlooked, a soul that did not shine or pulse or vibrate, but simply contained, that did not project or assert or generate, but merely held. Little is known of the Pygmy's appearance or original nature. Some ancient carvings suggest a figure of diminutive stature. Compared to the other lords, perhaps only half the height of Gwyn, with a form more akin to the hollow wanderers than to the majestic entities that would become gods. Other fragmentary records indicate a being of unremarkable appearance, neither beautiful nor ugly, neither strong nor weak, neither imposing nor feeble, but simply ordinary. Still other obscure references suggest that the Pygmy may not have been a single entity at all, but a collective multiple beings united in purpose, in essence, in fundamental nature. What seems clear from this scattered evidence is that the Pygmy possessed profound insight, a deep understanding of cosmic principles that transcended physical appearance or material power. This wisdom manifested not as obvious brilliance or evident authority, but as subtle comprehension, not as external magnificence, but as internal discernment, not as visible grandeur, but as invisible perception. The Pygmy recognized patterns, implications, and possibilities that escaped even the other lords, seeing beyond immediate manifestations to ultimate consequences, perceiving beyond current expressions to final outcomes, discerning beyond present configurations to eventual resolutions. The motivations that drove the Pygmy remain similarly obscure. Some ancient texts suggest a kind of cosmic humility, a deliberate choice of the overlooked, a purposeful selection of the disregarded, an intentional embracing of the ignored. Others hint at profound foresight, a recognition of the dark soul's unique potential, an understanding of its special significance, a comprehension of its particular importance. Still others imply a form of cosmic balance, a necessary counterweight to Gwyn's brilliant light, an essential complement to the other lord's manifest powers, a fundamental offset to the visible authorities established by the other souls. This dark soul appeared at first glance to be the least of the great souls, not radiant like Gwyn's light soul, not powerful like Nito's death soul, not vibrant like the witch's life soul. It did not gleam with golden brilliance, but rested in quiet shadow. It did not emanate visible power, but harbored invisible potential. It did not display obvious influence, but contained latent capacity. Where the other souls actively projected their nature outward, the dark soul passively accumulated its essence inward. The Pygmy, who claimed this soul, was similarly unassuming, not tall and commanding like Gwyn, not imposingly composite like Nito, not vibrantly creative like the witch, small in stature, modest in appearance, unimpressive in aspect. The Pygmy seemed the least significant of those who approached the flame. Perhaps this cosmic alignment was not coincidental, but essential, the most overlooked soul naturally gravitating to the most overlooked being, the most underestimated power naturally flowing to the most underestimated entity. Upon claiming the dark soul, the Pygmy underwent transformation, as did all who claimed souls from the flame. But this metamorphosis was more internal than external, more essential than apparent, more fundamental than visible. Where Gwyn became radiant with authoritative glory, where Nito became composite with cessational significance, where the witch became vibrant with creative potential, the Pygmy became deep with contained possibility. This transformation did not manifest as increased physical power or enhanced visible presence, but as expanded internal capacity, not the ability to project influence outward, but the capability to harbor potential inward, not the power to impose will on reality, but the capacity to preserve possibility within being, not the authority to determine what exists, but the capability to maintain what might exist. Unlike the other lords, the Pygmy did not immediately establish a visible kingdom, did not instantly gather obvious followers, did not directly manifest cosmic authority. This was not failure or incapacity, but strategic insight, not weakness but foresight, not limitation but wisdom. The Pygmy recognized what the others did not, that the dark soul's nature was fundamentally different from the other souls, that its power would express itself through different mechanisms, that its influence would spread through different means. After the distribution of the dark soul's fragments, the Pygmy retreated to the edges of recorded history. Some obscure references in ancient texts mention a hidden kingdom at the edge of the world, a place called Ringed City by some accounts, Lundor in others, a realm where the earliest humans dwelled under the distant guidance of their progenitor. Other fragments describe the Pygmy not as ruler but as guardian, watching over humanity's development from afar, observing their evolution without interference, protecting their potential without controlling its expression. Most intriguing are the scattered references to the Pygmy's ultimate fate. Some texts suggest a physical death, the Pygmy's material form eventually succumbing to time, to change, to the very cessation that Nito administered. Others hint at metaphysical transformation, the Pygmy becoming one with the dark soul itself, merging with the cosmic principle originally claimed, transcending individual existence to become universal influence. Still others imply continued existence in altered form, the Pygmy dividing just as the dark soul divided,
becoming multiple entities rather than singular being, existing as collective rather than individual. The brilliance of the Pygmy strategy lay in its perfect alignment with the Dark Soul's essential nature, where the Light Soul naturally expressed itself through radiant projection, where the Death Soul naturally manifested through cessational transition, where the Life Soul naturally demonstrated through vibrant creation. The Dark Soul naturally embodied itself through distributed potential. Its power was not meant to be concentrated in a single being or centralized in a specific location, but dispersed throughout existence, not focused into a beam of influence, but diffused into a field of possibility. Acting on this profound understanding, the Pygmy divided the Dark Soul into countless fragments, humanity each containing the full potential of the original, like a flame that can ignite other flames without itself diminishing. This division was not a diminishment of power, but a multiplication of it, not a reduction of influence, but an expansion of it, not a lessening of effect, but an amplification of it, where concentrating the other souls increased their immediate impact. Distributing the Dark Soul expanded its ultimate significance. Each fragment of humanity contained not merely a portion of the Dark Soul's power, but its entire essential nature in miniature, not simply a reduced version of the original, but a complete recapitulation of it, not just a diluted manifestation of the primary, but a perfect duplication of it, not merely a weakened expression of the source, but an authentic reproduction of it, like holographs, where each piece of a shattered whole contains the entire image in reduced scale. Each fragment of humanity contained the entire Dark Soul in microcosm. These fragments were distributed among the Hollow Ones, who resonated with darkness, not the darkness of evil or malevolence, which had not yet entered the world as concepts, but the darkness of depth, of interiority, of selfhood. The Hollows who received these fragments were not chosen for moral qualities, but for essential compatibility, not selected for ethical characteristics, but for fundamental resonance, not picked for behavioral traits, but for metaphysical alignment. The Hollow Ones knew neither joy nor suffering, neither hope nor despair. They simply were, drifting through the mist, like specters, their hollow eyes seeing nothing, their hollow minds comprehending nothing. They existed in perfect harmony with the grey world around them, for they too were grey, empty vessels, waiting to be filled with something that did not yet exist in this world of eternal sameness. The transformation these Hollow Ones underwent upon receiving humanity was profound, but subtle, not visibly spectacular, but essentially significant, not outwardly dramatic, but inwardly transformative, not apparently revolutionary, but fundamentally metamorphic. They did not grow in physical size or develop imposing stature. They did not gain ornate appearances or acquire elaborate forms. They did not manifest radiant glory or display obvious power. Instead, they developed interiority, not merely physical internality, but metaphysical depth, not simply biological inwardness, but essential profundity, not just material innerness, but fundamental complexity. Where they had been hollow, empty, vacant, void, they now became filled, substantial, significant, meaningful. Where they had been shells without content, they now became vessels with essence. Where they had been forms without significance, they now became beings with potential. This transformation granted the first humans unique capabilities that distinguished them from their former hollow state. Most fundamental was self-awareness, not merely consciousness of external reality, but recognition of internal existence, not simply perception of outer world, but conception of inner being, not just sensation of surrounding environment, but understanding of contained selfhood. This self-awareness manifested as the ability to conceive, to recognize oneself as distinct entity,
to understand oneself as separate being, to comprehend oneself as unique existence. From this fundamental self-awareness flowed numerous derived capabilities. Memory emerged, not merely recognition of familiar stimuli, but retention of personal experience, not simply reaction to known patterns, but preservation of individual history, not just response to established triggers, but conservation of private narrative. The first humans could not only perceive their present, but connect it to their past, could not merely experience current moments, but relate them to previous ones, could not just encounter immediate situations, but contextualize them within ongoing storylines. Will developed not merely desire for pleasure or avoidance of pain, but capacity for intentional choice, not simply pursuit of satisfaction or evasion of discomfort, but capability for deliberate decision, not just seeking of benefit or escaping of harm, but ability for conscious selection. The first humans could not only react to circumstances, but determine their own actions, could not merely respond to situations, but decide their own behaviors, could not just answer to conditions, but choose their own paths. Creativity manifested, not merely utilization of available resources, but imagination of new possibilities, not simply usage of existing materials, but envisioning of novel applications, not just employment of present options, but conception of unprecedented alternatives. The first humans could not only adapt to their environment, but transform it according to internal vision, could not merely adjust to their surroundings, but modify them based on mental models, could not just accommodate to their context, but alter it following conceptual plans. Most significantly, existential questioning emerged, not merely solving practical problems, but considering fundamental meanings, not simply addressing immediate needs, but contemplating essential purposes, not just meeting material requirements, but pondering spiritual significances. The first humans could not only ask how, but why, could not merely inquire about methods, but investigate motivations, could not just explore techniques, but examine reasons. These became the first humans beings defined, not by external radiance, like Gwyn's followers, not by cessational service, like Nito's servants, not by creative expression like the witch's daughters, but by internal depth, by imminent possibility, by essential potential. Their power did not manifest as visible glory or obvious authority, but as hidden capacity, not the ability to shine brightly or end decisively or create vibrantly, but the potential to become anything, to develop in any direction, to evolve beyond any limitation. The relationship between these first humans and the other races of the Age of Fire was complex and varied. The gods of Anar followers of Gwyn, and embodiments of the light soul's radiance, regarded these new beings with a mixture of curiosity and caution, intrigued by their strange interiority, yet wary of their unpredictable potential, fascinated by their adaptive capabilities, yet concerned by their undefined nature, interested in their creative possibilities, yet unsettled by their evolutionary openness. Some gods viewed humans as potential servants, beings whose adaptability made them useful for various tasks, whose flexibility rendered them valuable for diverse purposes, whose versatility made them applicable to multiple functions. These gods established early relationships of patronage and protection, offering guidance, security, and structure in exchange for service, devotion, and worship. From these relationships emerged the first human religions, not merely spiritual practices, but cosmic connections, not simply ritual observances, but metaphysical associations, not just ceremonial behaviors, but essential alignments. Other gods perceived humans as potential threats, beings whose undefined nature made them unpredictable, whose evolutionary openness rendered them uncontrollable, whose adaptive capability made them ultimately unmanageable.
These gods established relationships of distance and dominance, maintaining separation, assertion, and authority to prevent integration, rebellion, and challenge. From these relationships emerged the first human resistances, not merely political oppositions, but cosmic assertions, not simply social rebellions, but metaphysical declarations, not just cultural rejections, but essential affirmations of autonomy. The servants of Nisu, administrators of the Death Soul's cessational power, interacted with humans primarily through their ultimate function, not forming ongoing relationships during human life, but establishing terminal connections at human death. Unlike the immortal gods, humans were subject to entropy, to conclusion, to ending, their physical forms eventually surrendering to decay, their material bodies ultimately yielding to decomposition, their tangible vessels finally submitting to dissolution. This shared subjection to cessation created a fundamental connection between humans and Death's servants, not adversarial opposition, but complementary function, not hostile antagonism, but cooperative process, not conflicting purpose, but coordinated role. The creations of the Witch of Izalith, manifestations of the life soul's generative power, engaged with humans through mutual creativity, not forming hierarchical relationships of superior and inferior, but establishing parallel associations of different but equal. Both humans and life's creations possessed generative capacity, though expressed through different mechanisms, manifested through distinct processes, and implemented through separate methods. This shared creativity formed the basis for cooperative ventures, humans and life's creations working together to develop new forms, to establish novel patterns, to generate unprecedented entities. Unlike the gods who served Gwyn, whose nature was fixed and defined by the specific aspect of light they embodied, humans possessed fluidity and adaptability, not limited to predetermined roles, but capable of assuming any function, not restricted to established positions, but able to develop any capability, not confined to designated purposes, but free to evolve any specialization. Their potential was not channeled in specific directions, but remained open to all possibilities, not predetermined by cosmic alignment, but available for self-determination. Unlike the servants of Nito, whose existence was defined by their relationship to cessation, humans possessed continuity and persistence, not merely administering endings, but experiencing journeys, not simply overseeing conclusions, but undergoing developments, not just managing transitions, but living progressions. Their lives were not defined by the endings they facilitated, but by the experiences they accumulated, not characterized by the deaths they administered, but by the lives they lived, not distinguished by the conclusions they oversaw, but by the paths they traveled. Unlike the creations of the witch, whose being expressed specific aspects of generative force, humans possessed comprehensiveness and versatility, not embodying particular aspects of creative power, but containing all potential forms of it, not manifesting specific expressions of generative energy, but harboring all possible varieties of it, not displaying certain types of productive capacity, but preserving all conceivable versions of it. Their creative potential was not specialized, but universal, not focused on particular types of generation, but open to all forms of creation. This quality of open potential, of undefined possibility, of unrestricted capacity distinguish humans from all other beings. In the Age of Fire, gods were powerful, but predetermined. Servants of death were significant but specialized. Creations of life were vibrant but fixed. Only humans combined limitation with unlimited possibility, physical constraints with metaphysical openness, material boundaries with essential freedom, tangible restrictions with intangible potential. In their very finiteness lay the seed of their infinity. In their bounded nature existed the foundation of their boundless capacity. Yet this potential came with inherent danger, not external threat, but internal risk, not imposed peril, but intrinsic hazard, not applied jeopardy, but essential vulnerability. For the very openness that gave humanity its unique power also exposed it to unique risk, the possibility of emptiness, of hollowing, of return to the vacant state that had characterized pre-human existence. In the age of ancients, to contain all potential is also to contain the potential for containing nothing. To harbor all possibility is also to harbor the possibility of harboring void. This risk manifested in the phenomenon of hollowing, the gradual loss of humanity, the progressive emptying of fullness, the incremental return to vacancy. When humans lost purpose, when they abandoned direction, when they surrendered meaning, their humanity began to fade, not disappearing entirely, but receding from consciousness, not vanishing completely, but withdrawing from experience, not eliminating itself totally, but diminishing in influence. As humanity receded, hollowness returned, emptiness replacing fullness, vacuity succeeding substance, meaninglessness following significance. In later ages, this hollowing would become associated with the undead curse, the inability to truly die, the prevention of proper cessation, the denial of appropriate conclusion. But in this early period of human existence, hollowing was not yet a curse, but simply a natural process, the cosmic consequence of humanity's unique nature, the metaphysical result of its essential character, the fundamental outcome of its basic quality. It was not punishment but physics, not penalty imposed for transgression, but process resulting from nature, not retribution enforced for violation, but reaction following from essence. Most humans accepted the dark sign willingly, not recognizing the constraint it imposed on their potential. In their experience, it seemed to provide structure and security, establishing a clear pattern for existence and offering protection against unknown dangers. Only in later ages would the full implications of this limitation become apparent, the cost of safety proving higher than initially apparent, the price of security revealing itself as steeper than originally evident, the expense of protection manifesting as greater than first obvious. The distribution of humanity throughout the emerging world occurred not through organized plan or centralized design, but through natural dispersal. Humans wandering from their place of origin, exploring the newly differentiated world, establishing themselves in various regions and environments. Unlike the gods who remained centered in Arnelunda, or the servants of death who stayed focused in Nito's tomb, or the creations of life who continued concentrated in Izalith, humans spread themselves widely, not maintaining centralized authority, but developing distributed presence. This distribution was not random wandering, but cosmic alignment, humans naturally gravitating toward regions that resonated with aspects of the Dark Soul's nature, naturally establishing themselves in areas that harmonized with humanity's essential character, naturally settling in locations that accorded with their fundamental quality. Some were drawn to twilight forests, where light and dark maintained perfect balance. Others found themselves in misty valleys, where clarity and obscurity existed in perpetual dialogue. Still others settled in coastal regions, where land and sea engaged in constant conversation. The journey of the first human migration carried them across landscapes, still bearing the marks of the Dragon War. Regions where lightning had permanently altered geological formations, areas where death had transformed biological processes, territories
where life had modified ecological systems, these altered environments presented both challenges and opportunities for early humans, difficulties that tested their adaptive capabilities, obstacles that challenged their problem-solving skills, barriers that demanded their innovative thinking. The furtive Pygmy, having distributed the dark soul among the first humans, retreated from historical record, becoming not a ruling figure like Gwyn or Nito or the witch, but a background influence, not a central authority like the other lords, but a peripheral presence, not a dominant power like the heads of other cosmic principles, but a subtle force. This retreat was not failure, but fulfillment, not abandonment of purpose, but completion of it, not withdrawal from significance, but achievement of it. The Pygmy's role was not to rule humanity, but to birth it, not to govern those who carried fragments of the dark soul, but to enable their self-governance, not to control the bearers of humanity, but to empower their self-control. In later ages, the Pygmy would become easily forgotten, not through insignificance, but through successful self-effacement, not through unimportance, but through deliberate self-reduction, not through meaninglessness, but to an intentional self-diminishment. The strategy initiated in claiming the least obviously impressive of the great souls continued in becoming the least obviously influential of the great lords, a cosmic consistency that reflected profound wisdom rather than incidental weakness. This pattern of self-effacements established a template that would be reflected throughout human history, not merely in specific individuals, but in broader cultural patterns, not simply in particular personalities, but in general approaches to power, not just in certain leaders, but in fundamental attitudes toward authority. Unlike gods who celebrated their own magnificence through monuments and temples, the most significant human influences often operated subtly, affecting history through ideas rather than impositions, changing reality through innovations rather than commands, transforming existence through insights rather than decrees. The most significant human thinkers, inventors, and creators frequently shared this quality of catalytic impact rather than dominating presence, changing the course of human development, not through personal aggrandizement, but through conceptual contribution, not via self-glorification, but through intellectual offering, not by self-promotion, but through ideational gifting. In this pattern of significant influence without dominating authority, of important impact without controlling power, of meaningful effect without commanding presence, humans perpetuated the template established by the Pygmy, valuing accomplishment over acknowledgement, prioritizing achievement over recognition, emphasizing contribution over celebration. As the Age of Fire progressed in its early glory, humanity spread and developed throughout the world, still minor in apparent significance compared to the gods of Anno Lando, still secondary in obvious importance compared to the cosmic principles administered by the great lords, still peripheral in visible relevance compared to the metaphysical forces that shape the post-dragon reality. Yet within this seeming marginality lay the seed of ultimate centrality. In this apparent peripherality existed the foundation of eventual fundamentality. In this ostensible secondariness dwelled the basis of future primacy.
For the power of humanity, unlike the power of the other cosmic principles claimed from the first flame, did not depend on the flame's continued burning, did not require the fire's ongoing strength, did not necessitate the blaze's persistent vigor. The dark soul's nature was not to project, but to contain, not to emit, but to harbor, not to radiate, but to preserve. It did not draw continuous energy from the first flame, in the way that the light soul required constant renewal, that the death soul demanded regular replenishment, that the life soul needed frequent reinvigoration. This quality would prove crucial as the Age of Fire extended through time, as the first flame, like all fires, began its gradual, inevitable fading. For while the powers of the gods would diminish with the flame's decreasing strength, while the authority of death would weaken with fire's declining vigor, while the generativity of life would falter with the blaze's failing force, the potential of humanity would remain undiminished, preserved in the self-contained fragments of the dark soul, maintained in the self-sustaining shards of humanity, continued in the self-preserving portions of darkness. But that reality lay in the future, beyond the current moment of this narrative. For now, in the early glory of the Age of Fire, humanity existed as subtle potential rather than dominant actuality, as dispersed possibility rather than centralized authority, as distributed capacity rather than focused power, as diffuse significance rather than concentrated importance. Humans lived their lives, developed their cultures, explored their world, carrying within them fragments of the dark soul, harboring inside them shards of humanity, containing within them portions of cosmic potential, whose ultimate significance remained yet to be revealed. The stage was set for the long drama that would unfold across ages and cycles. The complex interplay between light and dark, between fire and humanity, between established order and latent potential. The first humans, bearing their fragments of the dark soul, had entered the cosmic narrative, seemingly minor characters, whose ultimate importance would only become apparent as the story progressed, apparently peripheral figures, whose eventual centrality would only emerge as the tale continued, ostensibly insignificant entities, whose fundamental significance would only reveal itself as the epic unfolded. Chapter 6. The Rise of the Gods and the Suppression of Humanity. As the Age of Fire progressed from its dawning brilliance to its established radiance, a subtle but profound shift occurred in the relationship between the cosmic powers that shaped existence. What began as mere difference, the distinct expressions of various aspects of the first flame, gradually developed into tension, into competition, into conflict. The diverse principles that had emerged from the flame did not merely coexist in parallel, but interacted in complex patterns of harmony and discord, cooperation and opposition, synergy and antagonism. The four great souls claimed from the first flame were not fundamentally separate energies, but differentiated aspects of the same essential power. Their interaction began almost immediately after their claiming. The light soul's ordering influence, encountering the death soul's cessational authority, the life soul's generative power, meeting the dark soul's potential depth. These early interactions were characterized more by complementarity than conflict, each principle fulfilling its cosmic function while respecting the domains of others. The light soul established order without preventing cessation. Death administered endings without disrupting creation. Life generated forms without eliminating potential. Dark preserved possibility without undermining structure. This complementary functioning created a cosmic balance, a state of equilibrium where each principle operated within its natural sphere, while respecting the boundaries of others. Most significant among these developing tensions was the relationship between the two seemingly most different principles, the light soul claimed by Gwyn and the dark soul distributed by the Pygmy. These were not merely contrasting forces, but complementary aspects of a single reality. The illuminating radiance that revealed external forms, and the profound depth that contained internal potential, the expansive brilliance that organized outer structures,
and the contractive darkness that harbored inner possibilities, the projective light that manifested visible order, and the receptive shadow that preserved invisible capacity. In the early age of fire, this complementary relationship existed in rough balance, neither principle dominating the other, neither force suppressing its counterpart, neither aspect overwhelming its complement. Light illuminated the world, while dark provided it depth, radiance organized reality, while shadow granted it potential, brilliance manifested structure, while darkness preserved possibility. The gods of Anor Londo ruled their elevated realm, while humans developed their distributed settlements. The followers of Gwyn administered cosmic order, while the bearers of humanity explored adaptive potential. Yet as the age progressed, this balance gradually shifted, not through sudden rupture, but through incremental change, not via dramatic revolution, but through subtle evolution, not by intentional design, but through natural development. The gods of Anor Londo, embodiments of the light soul's organizing principle, began to extend their influence beyond their original domain, not merely administering their own realm, but affecting others, not simply organizing their own territory, but structuring broader reality, not just governing their own kingdom, but influencing wider existence. This expansion occurred through various mechanisms, some deliberate and strategic, others unconscious and organic, still others incidental and unintended. Most apparent was physical extension, the gods establishing outposts beyond Anor Londo, constructing temples in various regions, building shrines in diverse territories. These physical manifestations served as centers from which their influence radiated, points from which their ordering principle extended, locations from which their organizing power spread, positions from which their structuring effect disseminated. Less visible, but more significant, was metaphysical projection, the gods' very presence altering the fabric of reality around them, their mere existence modifying the nature of existence in their vicinity, their simple being transforming the character of being near them. Where gods dwelled, reality itself became more ordered, more structured, more regular, more patterned. Natural processes became more predictable, physical laws more consistent, causal relationships more reliable. This was not imposed regulation, but manifested essence, not enforced order, but expressed nature, not dictated structure, but revealed character. Most subtle, but most important, was conceptual influence, the gods' way of perceiving reality, gradually affecting how reality was generally perceived, their manner of understanding existence, incrementally impacting how existence was broadly understood, their mode of comprehending being progressively shaping how being was widely comprehended. The gods' vision of reality as fundamentally ordered, as essentially hierarchical, as basically structured, gradually became the dominant paradigm through which reality itself was interpreted, not merely by the gods themselves, but by all beings capable of interpretation. This expanding influence was not initially driven by desire for domination or ambition for control. The early gods did not seek to rule all existence or govern all beings. Their extension beyond Anor Londo was not imperial conquest or colonial acquisition, but natural expression, their ordering principles simply manifesting according to its essential nature, their structuring force merely operating according to its fundamental character, their organizing power simply functioning according to its basic quality. Just as light naturally radiates from its source, illuminating ever wider areas as it extends, the gods' ordering influence naturally spread from its origin, structuring ever broader regions as it expanded. This was not conscious imperialism, but cosmic physics, not deliberate domination, but metaphysical expression, not intentional subjugation, but essential manifestation. The gods extended their influence because extension was the nature of their power, projection was the character of their principle, radiation was the quality of their essence. As the followers of Gwyn transformed from mere servants into actual gods, this extension accelerated and intensified. The original attendants of the Lord of Sunlight had been extensions of his authority, beings who embodied aspects of his power, entities who expressed elements of his nature, forces who manifested qualities of his essence. But as the age of fire progressed, these beings developed their own identities, established their own domains, acquired their own followers. They evolved from mere projections of Gwyn's power into distinct divinities with individual spheres of influence. Gwyn, Princess of Sunlight, became goddess of fertility and bounty. The firstborn god of war evolved from military commander to deity of conflict. Gwyn, the dark sun, developed from hidden administrator to god of the moon. Lesser gods emerged from former attendants, each claiming a specific aspect of cosmic order. Gods of the hunt, of the forge, of the harvest, of the threshold, each established their own domain, gathered their own followers, extended their own influence. The once simple hierarchy of Arno Londo developed into a complex pantheon, a network of divine beings, each administering a specific aspect of ordered existence. As this divine influence expanded throughout the world, it inevitably encountered the distributed communities of humanity, settlements of beings whose nature derived not from the light soul's ordering principle, but from the dark soul's potential principle. This encounter generated the first significant tension between cosmic forces, not merely difference in expression, but actual conflict in essence, not simply contrast in manifestation, but genuine opposition in nature, not just distinction in appearance, but authentic antagonism in character. The tension emerged not from malevolence on either side, but from fundamental difference. The gods' nature as expressions of cosmic order, encountering humanity's nature as vessels of unlimited potential. The divinity's character as embodiments of metaphysical structure, meeting the human's character as containers of boundless possibility. The deity's essence as manifestations of established pattern, confronting humanity's essence as preservers of unrestricted capacity. Order, by its very nature, requires limitation, the establishment of boundaries, the definition of categories, the determination of patterns. Unlimited potential, by its essential character, transcends limitation, expanding beyond boundaries, evolving outside categories, developing beyond patterns. The gods, as expressions of order, naturally sought to establish limitations, to define cosmic boundaries, to determine metaphysical categories, to establish essential patterns. Humans, as vessels of potential, naturally resisted limitations, expanding beyond defined boundaries, evolving outside determined categories, developing beyond established patterns. This natural tension might have remained balanced indefinitely had the first flame maintained its initial vigor. In the early age of fire, with the flame burning strongly, both cosmic principles, order and potential, light and dark, structure and possibility, existed in relative equilibrium. The gods' influence was powerful, but restricted primarily to realms aligned with their nature. Humanity's potential was significant, but expressed mainly in domains suited to their character. Neither principle fundamentally threatened the other, because both derived sustenance from the same source: the flame that had birthed all souls, the fire that had generated all powers, the blaze that had produced all principles. Yet as the age progressed, the first flame, like all fires, began to demonstrate its inherent tendency to fade. This fading was not sudden extinguishment,
but gradual diminishment, not immediate cessation, but incremental reduction, not abrupt termination, but progressive decline. The flame did not die, but weakened, its power decreasing, its vigor lessening, its intensity reducing. This weakening was not linear decline, but fluctuating reduction, periods of resurgence, alternating with episodes of dimming, phases of strengthening, interspersed with stages of weakening, moments of intensification, interrupted by intervals of diminishment, the rise of the gods and the suppression of humanity. The cosmic principles derived from the flame responded differently to this fluctuating decline. The light soul, essentially projective in nature, required constant renewal from its source, its radiating quality demanding continuous replenishment, its illuminating character necessitating ongoing refreshment, its revealing nature requiring perpetual reinvigoration. As the flame weakened, the gods' power diminished proportionally, their influence decreasing, their authority reducing, their control lessening. This diminishment threatened not merely their dominance, but their entire paradigm, not simply their role, but their reality, not just their governance, but their existence. The dark soul, essentially receptive in nature, required no such constant renewal, its containing quality preserving its power internally, its depth character maintaining its essence independently, its potential nature sustaining its force autonomously. As the flame weakened, humanity's capability remained largely unaffected, their potential continuing, their possibility persisting, their capacity enduring. This persistence appeared increasingly threatening to the fading gods, not merely challenging their authority, but contradicting their fundamental assumption that all power derived from and depended upon the flame. Faced with diminishing power and continuing human potential, some gods experienced fear, not merely concern about reduced influence, but dread of fundamental irrelevance, not simply worry about decreased authority, but anxiety about essential meaninglessness. This fear was not rational analysis, but visceral reaction, not calculated response, but instinctive recoil, not measured consideration, but reflexive rejection. From this fear emerged the first deliberate efforts to suppress humanity, not merely to govern human communities, but to control human nature itself, not simply to structure human societies, but to limit human potential itself, not just to organize human activities, but to restrict human possibility itself. These suppressive efforts were not presented as subjugation, but as protection, not as constraint, but as salvation, not as limitation, but as preservation. The gods did not describe themselves as oppressors, but as guardians, not as dominators, but as protectors, not as rulers, but as shepherds. The first and most significant suppressive measure was the creation of the dark sign, a metaphysical brand imposed upon humanity that fundamentally altered their relationship to their own essence. This was not physical marking, but ontological modification, not material branding, but existential alteration, not tangible scarring, but essential transformation. The dark sign created a boundary around the humanity within each human, a limitation containing their potential, a restriction confining their possibility, a constraint bounding their capacity. This boundary was not absolute separation, but controlled connection. Humanity remained within humans, but no longer as fully integrated essence. The fragments of the dark soul now existed in a state of partial isolation from their bearers, still contained within them, but not completely unified with them, still housed inside them, but not entirely incorporated into them, still present within them, but not fully integrated into them. This partial separation made humanity manipulable in ways previously impossible. It could be extracted, transferred, even consumed as an almost physical substance, rather than as metaphysical essence. The dark side's creation was presented not as assault, but as protection, not as attack on humanity, but as defense of it, not as offense against human nature, but as preservation of it. The official explanation described it as a necessary measure to prevent the uncontrolled expression of humanity's potential, wild manifestations that might harm humans themselves, chaotic eruptions that could damage human communities, disorganized expressions that would endanger human existence. In containing humanity, the gods claim to be protecting humans, restraining their potential to preserve their being, limiting their possibility to maintain their existence, restricting their capacity to ensure their continuation. This explanation contained elements of truth alongside aspects of deception. Uncontrolled expressions of humanity's potential had indeed occurred in some early human settlements, manifestations of dark power that transformed individuals, communities, even entire regions, in unpredictable and sometimes destructive ways. The most dramatic occurred in Olasela, where unrestricted humanity created an expanding abyss, a region of pure potential unbound by structure, of absolute possibility unlimited by pattern, of complete capacity unrestrained by organization. This abyss did not merely exist alongside ordered reality, but actively converted it, transforming structured existence into unstructured potential, changing patterned reality into unpatterned possibility, altering organized being into unorganized capacity. Yet the gods' response to these expressions went far beyond necessary containment to systematic suppression, beyond reasonable limitation to fundamental constraint, beyond appropriate restriction to essential control. The dark sign did not merely prevent harmful expressions of humanity, but restrained all manifestations of human potential, not simply blocking destructive applications, but inhibiting all utilizations, not just stopping dangerous developments, but preventing all evolutions, not merely halting harmful transformations, but obstructing all adaptations. This suppression was implemented gradually and systematically, not through obvious oppression, but through subtle regulation, not via evident subjugation, but through nuanced limitation, not by apparent control, but through sophisticated management. The gods did not send armies to conquer human settlements, but representatives to establish beneficial relationships. They did not impose governance through force, but offered protection through alliance. They did not demand submission through threat, but encouraged cooperation through incentive. Divine representatives appeared in human communities bearing gifts of knowledge, technology, and protection. They taught humans advanced techniques for agriculture, construction, and metalworking, improving material conditions, while establishing dependence. They offered alliance against dangerous beings that threatened human settlements, providing security while creating reliance. They established temples that served as centers for both worship and governance, offering spiritual guidance while ensuring political control. Through these methods, human communities gradually became integrated into the cosmic order administered by the gods, not through violent conquest, but through peaceful incorporation, not via military subjugation, but through cultural assimilation, not by forceful dominance, but through structural absorption. Humans did not perceive themselves as defeated subjects, but as fortunate beneficiaries, not as conquered inferiors, but as protected associates, not as dominated subordinates, but as elevated participants. This integration established a hierarchical relationship that fundamentally contradicted humanity's essential nature. Humans, as bearers of the Dark Soul's unlimited potential, were ontologically unclassifiable, their capacity for self-determination making them fundamentally uncategorizable, their potential for self-transformation rendering them essentially unrankable, their possibility for self-evolution making them basically ungradable. Yet the cosmic order administered by the gods was fundamentally hierarchical, based on clear classifications, established rankings, determined gradations. Incorporating humans into this order required imposing upon them a fixed identity, a stable category, a defined rank, a determined grade. The contradiction between humanity's unlimited potential and the gods' ordered hierarchy created an inherent instability in the Age of Fire, a tension that could be temporarily managed, but never permanently resolved, a conflict that could be momentarily suppressed, but never completely eliminated, an opposition that could be initially controlled, but never finally reconciled. This instability would eventually express itself in the phenomenon known as the undead curse, the inability of humans to truly die, to experience proper cessation, to undergo appropriate conclusion. But that development lay in the future beyond the scope of our current narrative. For now, in the middle period of the Age of Fire, humanity existed in a state of contained potential, their essential nature still present, but partially isolated by the dark sign, their fundamental character still operational, but significantly restricted by divine ordering, their basic qualities still functional, but considerably limited by cosmic structure. They lived, worked, created, and explored, but within boundaries established by the gods, within limitations determined by divine will, within constraints decided by celestial authority. Not all humans accepted this contained existence without resistance. Throughout the expanding influence of the gods, pockets of independent humanity persisted, communities that maintained distance from divine governance, settlements that preserved autonomy from celestial rule, groups that retained separation from heavenly authority. These independent humans explored expressions of the dark soul's potential not sanctioned by the gods, manifestations of humanity not approved by divine order, applications of the dark soul not authorized by celestial structure, utilizations of human capacity not permitted by heavenly regulation. In the deep forests of Ulasal, practitioners of dark sorcery developed techniques for manipulating humanity directly, methods for extracting it from its bearers, procedures for concentrating it into focused forms, processes for applying it to specific purposes. These sorcerers did not worship the gods or acknowledge divine authority. Their allegiance was to knowledge itself. Their devotion was to discovery itself. Their commitment was to understanding itself. They pursued comprehension of humanity's potential regardless of divine prohibition, exploring its capabilities despite celestial restriction, investigating its applications notwithstanding heavenly limitation. In the isolated valleys of early Kirim, secretive cults venerated not the gods, but the distributed dark soul itself, worshipping not divine beings, but human potential, revering not celestial authorities, but humanity's essence, adoring not heavenly powers but the capacity contained within themselves and their fellows. These cults developed rituals focused on amplifying humanity, ceremonies designed to intensify human potential, observances intended to expand human possibility, practices created to enhance human capacity. Their worship involved not submission to external authority, but exploration of internal depth, not supplication higher power, but investigation of inner potentiality, not adoration of superior being, but examination of contained essence. In the ancient land that would later be called New London, political structures emerged based not on divine authority, but on human self-determination. Governance derived not from celestial mandate, but from communal decision. Rule established not through heavenly decree, but through collective agreement. Authority generated not via godly pronouncement, but through shared consent. These structures rejected the hierarchical model promoted by the gods, the ranked ordering, the classified stratification, the graded organization. Instead, they developed horizontal relationships, connections based on negotiated equality, rather than imposed inequality. associations founded on agreed parity, rather than dictated disparity, links established through discussed equivalence rather than commanded difference. These independent explorations of humanity's potential did not go unnoticed by the gods. Their divergence from divine order was observed. Their deviation from celestial structure was perceived. Their departure from heavenly regulation was recognized. Yet the gods' response was not immediate suppression, but strategic management, not direct confrontation, but indirect containment, not overt opposition, but covert limitation. Rather than sending armies to destroy these communities, the gods established boundaries around them, creating buffer zones between independent humans and integrated settlements, establishing transition regions between autonomous areas and incorporated territories, developing intermediate spaces between free domains and regulated realms. Within these boundaries, the gods positioned their most vigilant servants, watchers, who monitored independent human activity, observers who tracked autonomous human development, monitors who surveilled free human exploration. These divine agents did not intervene directly in human affairs, but reported concerning developments to their celestial masters, significant manifestations of humanity that might threaten cosmic order, substantial expressions of human potential that could challenge divine structure, considerable applications of the dark soul that would endanger heavenly regulation. This strategy of containment rather than confrontation maintained a tense equilibrium throughout the middle period of the Age of Fire. Independent humanity continued exploring its potential, while divine order restricted this exploration to limited regions. Autonomous humans kept developing their capacity, while celestial structure confined this development to specific areas. Free human communities persisted in expressing their possibility, while heavenly regulation constrained this expression to particular territories. Yet, as the first flame continued its fluctuating fade, this equilibrium became increasingly unstable, the gods' power to maintain boundaries weakening as their source diminished, the divine ability to enforce limitations decreasing as their origin declined, the celestial capacity to impose constraints reducing as their foundation faded. Simultaneously, human potential remained undiminished, the dark soul's capacity unaffected by the flame's reduction, humanity's possibility unchanged by fire's decline, human potential unaltered by the blaze's diminishment. This growing imbalance between weakening divine order and persistent human potential created escalating concern among the gods, their fear of fundamental irrelevance intensifying, their anxiety about essential meaninglessness increasing, their terror regarding basic insignificance amplifying. From this intensified fear emerged more extreme measures of suppression, not merely containment of independent humanity, but active elimination of it, not simply limitation of autonomous human development, but deliberate prevention of it, not just constraint of free human exploration, but intentional eradication of it. The first and most dramatic of these extreme measures occurred in response to events in Ulasor, where experiments with humanity created an expanding abyss that threatened to convert ordered reality into unlimited potential. The gods did not merely establish boundaries around this region, but actively destroyed it, not simply containing the threat, but eliminating its source, not just limiting the danger, but eradicating its origin, not merely constraining the peril, but annihilating its foundation. Divine warriors, led by Artorias, Knight of Gwyn, assaulted Ulasor directly, attacking its practitioners of dark sorcery, destroying its facilities for humanity research, obliterating its accumulated knowledge of the dark soul. This direct intervention established a new paradigm in divine human relations, a willingness to use overwhelming force against perceived threats to cosmic order, a readiness to employ unrestrained power against challenges to divine structure, a preparation to utilize unconstrained might against dangers to celestial regulation. No longer would the gods merely contain independent humanity through boundaries and observation. They would actively suppress it through intervention and elimination. They would deliberately prevent it through assault and destruction. They would intentionally eradicate it through attack and annihilation. The suppression of Orliseal sent a powerful message to other independent human communities. Their exploration of humanity's potential would no longer be tolerated, even within contained boundaries. Their development of the Dark Soul's capacity would no longer be permitted even within limited regions. Their expression of human possibility would no longer be allowed even within restricted territories. The choice presented was clear: integrate into divine order or face divine wrath. Incorporate into celestial structure or confront celestial might. Absorb into heavenly regulation or encounter heavenly punishment. Most independent human communities responded to this threat by outwardly conforming while inwardly preserving their autonomy, publicly acknowledging divine authority while privately maintaining self-determination, openly accepting celestial governance while secretly continuing self-rule, evidently submitting to heavenly dominance while covertly sustaining self-direction. They established temples to the gods that served as facades for continued exploration of humanity, shrines that appeared dedicated to divine worship, but actually facilitated human self-discovery, sanctuaries that seemed devoted to celestial adoration, but genuinely enabled investigation of the Dark Soul, holy places that ostensibly focused on heavenly veneration, but truly supported examination of human potential. Encouragement. The secretive cults of humanity adopted the external trappings of divine religion, their practitioners becoming clerics who officially served the gods while actually venerating the Dark Soul, their leaders transforming into bishops who publicly administered celestial rites while privately conducting ceremonies of human potential, their organizations evolving into churches that ostensibly promoted heavenly worship while genuinely facilitating exploration of humanity's depth. This dual identity allowed them to continue their true practices behind a facade of divine service, their real devotion to humanity concealed behind apparent devotion to the gods. In what would become New Lander, political structures based on human self-determination adopted external forms that suggested divine mandate, their leaders accepting titles that implied celestial appointment while actually governing through communal consent, their institutions developing ceremonies that indicated heavenly authority while genuinely operating through collective agreement, their systems incorporating symbols that signified godly approval while truly functioning through shared decision-making. This surface conformity concealed continued autonomy, their actual self-governance hidden beneath apparent divine sanction. Through these strategies of outward compliance and inward preservation, independent humanity survived the initial wave of intensified divine suppression, maintaining their exploration of the Dark Soul's potential behind facades of integration, continuing their development of human capacity beneath appearances of incorporation, sustaining their expression of human possibility under masks of absorption. Yet this dual existence created a fundamental tension within human communities, between external conformity and internal authenticity, between public adherence and private truth, between visible submission and invisible freedom. This tension would eventually contribute to the emergence of the undead curse. Humans caught between their essential nature as bearers of unlimited potential and their imposed identity as elements within ordered hierarchy, beginning to experience metaphysical contradiction. But that development, with its profound consequences for the Age of Fire and beyond, belongs to subsequent chapters of our narrative. For now, as this initial account of the world's origins concludes, humanity exists in a state of suppressed potential, their essential nature restricted by the dark sign, their fundamental character limited by divine order, their basic quality constrained by cosmic structure. The dark soul's unlimited possibility remains contained within bounds established by the gods. Humanity's boundless capacity continues restricted within limitations determined by divine will. Human potential persists, confined within constraints decided by celestial authority. The stage is set for the long drama that would unfold through subsequent ages. The complex interplay between light and dark, between order and potential, between structure and possibility. The gods, expressions of the light soul's organizing principle, maintain dominance through systematic suppression of humanity's essential nature. Humans, bearers of the dark soul's unlimited potential, preserve their fundamental character through strategies of outward conformity and inward authenticity. The first flame, source of all souls and foundation of the Age of Fire, continues its fluctuating fade, weakening the god's power while leaving humanity's potential undiminished. Within this tense equilibrium lie the seeds of all conflicts, all struggles, all battles that would characterize the Dark Soul saga, not merely physical confrontations between specific individuals, but metaphysical contentions between cosmic principles, not simply material wars between particular factions, but essential conflicts between fundamental forces, not just tangible fights between certain groups, but ontological struggles between primal powers. The suppression of humanity represents not merely political domination, but cosmic contradiction, an inherently unstable arrangement that contains within itself the necessity of its own eventual transformation, an intrinsically unsustainable situation that bears within itself the inevitability of its own eventual resolution, a fundamentally unbalanced condition that carries within itself the certainty of its own eventual reconfiguration. And so we come to the close of our first journey through the forgotten history of Dark Souls. The primordial world has given way to the Age of Fire. The grey fog has parted, revealing a universe of light and shadow, order and potential, structure and freedom. The great lords have claimed their souls and established their domains, while humanity carries fragments of the dark soul, small embers of infinite possibility. The pieces are now in place for the great drama that will unfold across countless cycles. The gods maintain their dominion from Radiant and Orlando, yet the first flame has already begun its inevitable fading. Humanity exists in a state of constrained potential, its true nature partially sealed by the dark sign, its boundless depths temporarily contained by divine will. When next we meet, we will explore how this delicate balance gradually shifts. In Episode 2, The Age of Fire and the Rise of the Undead, we will witness the slow deterioration of the gods' perfect order, the emergence of the undead curse as the flames fading accelerates, and the appearance of the prophecy of the chosen undead. We will walk through ancient kingdoms as they flourish and decay, visiting lands whose names will become legendary: Lordran, Ulasil, Karin, and Astora. But for now, rest in the knowledge that the foundations have been laid. The first flame continues to burn, though not as brightly as before. The lords rule from their exalted thrones, though their influence is no longer absolute, and humanity endures, carrying within it a power not yet fully understood, a potential not yet fully realized. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself as a traveler in this ancient time, perhaps a wanderer observing the great events from afar, perhaps a silent witness to the birth of an age. Let the rhythms of this forgotten history guide you toward peaceful slumber. Let the patterns of light and dark, of fire and shadow, lull you into tranquil dreams. Good night, seeker of forgotten truths. May your rest be deep and undisturbed by the troubles of waking life. May your dreams be filled with ancient arch trees and distant dragons, with embers of dying flames and fragments of humanity, until we meet again to continue our journey. Sleep well in the gentle darkness that cradles all things at their end.